see. Good afternoon. Welcome to this edition of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. It's July 9th at 4:05 p.m. Before we begin, I'd like to just ask everyone to take a brief moment and send some positive energy and thoughts out to the universe for Stephen Cohen, who was injured in a car accident earlier today severely. So if we do that. And you can continue to offer those strong feelings of positive spirit and spiritual energy throughout the day. Okay, we're going to get on to our meeting. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda? Let's see. Did we say Carrie is online?
Sorry. Ray Pohl, so moved.
Okay, so it'll be regular members. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. I'm sorry, you had a question, Val.
About the agenda.
Yeah, what was, I just heard you in my ear and I forgot to ask.
Because I looked through everything. I see that Sparks project is on here, but there was no link to anything.
Sparks project. Oh, which one is that? 16, 18?
Mr. Chair, may I?
Yeah.
My understanding is they have signed up where they're going to be submitting the actual stuff for review.
Do we allow that?
Okay, you guys, I didn't make another mention, and I'm going to make it now. Val delivered this wonderful little tool. And appropriately, it's from the set of Law and Order. Because we don't have a sergeant at arms, who is a fancy name under parliamentarian speak for a bouncer. So let's just keep it clean. So Holly, could you repeat what you said, please?
My understanding is the applicant had re-signed up, but I guess we have not received everything, and my understanding that's forthcoming. I will note this, I wasn't aware of that until we already had a posted agenda.
Okay.
If not, I would have taken it off.
My understanding of our policy, and somebody correct me if I'm wrong, is that if, longstanding policy and procedure is that if you, when you submit a complete application. If it sneaks through the process and gets accepted, shame on us. But if you're signing up to the sheet and not submitting anything, you're not submitting, correct?
You're correct, but all I can say is we have, as you're aware, we have hundreds of applications we're trying to monitor, so I appreciate patience.
And I'm just going to apologize.
Yeah, Ray, go ahead.
Listen, if we acknowledge, if we all are aware that it has not complete information, we just bypass it.
Yeah, I think Val's maybe bringing up a more important point. You know, we had a discussion about the agenda and the concept that applications be heard in the order that they are received. And if I'm correct, this is what listed on the 618 agenda? Is that correct?
Yeah.
So it's listed on the 618 agenda before applications that are listed under old business under the July 2nd agenda, which seems to me to be patently unfair, because otherwise everyone could just sign up and say, I'll submit it. And you're in line for weeks ahead of other people.
Yep.
So this previously came up. I discussed with staff. They were supportive. They would reach out to the applicant agent and let them know that it wasn't going to be on the agenda, and somehow it reappeared. So that's something we need to correct. But I think we'll leave it at that at the moment. But without a submission, the policy, actual good faith submission, which is to say that it's complete or materially so, that is something that shouldn't be on the agenda. Thanks, Bill, for bringing that up. Okay, we're going to jump right into commissioner discussion. Ann, did you want to make a public comment? We don't have this on the agenda, public comment, but if you'll indulge me, see what Ann has to say. Please. You know the drill.
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And U.S., 5 Mill Street. I wanted to basically point out that there seems to be quite a lot of confusion about how the applications that have had a retired commissioner be part of the board will be handled going forward, how a new commissioner will be established. In the past, sometimes the new commissioner has jumped into the old applications. I heard at your meeting on June 11th that you were focusing more toward going with the alternates who had already been on the application, but there was some sort of a discussion or maybe even an argument. I couldn't really hear the other person in the room, but it sounded as if there was some effort to influence who was going to be the alternate. And so I just really wanted to suggest, I looked on the website and I couldn't find any protocol for this written. So I just wanted to suggest that because there are so many, as Holly pointed out, hundreds of applications, many of which are longstanding, it would be extremely helpful, I think, to everyone concerned if you could articulate a policy in writing and put it on your website so that we all know exactly how it will be handled and no one has to guess. So that's my comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ann. Okay. Now, next up is commissioner discussion, old biz, new biz, upcoming changes. So where we are with this is just a reminder, stay quickly for the audience and applicants' agents at home or in their offices, that we are going to be going back to having old business heard 1 week and new business heard the alternating week. And note that old business and new business will be on the agenda in the event we're moving so rapidly that we can advance from one to the other, and that we're going to see how that goes. That will take effect the first meeting in August, which will be the 5th. So just fair warning to people, and we're going back to some of the stuff we used to do. The other item is the CLG MOU. CLG MOU, a memorandum of understanding, was between the Nantucket Historic Commission and the Nantucket Historic District Commission, was a requirement put forth by the HDC as a motion when they agreed to enter into the CLG. Essentially what it is was distributed to you all, is a document that outlines under regulation, Massachusetts law and the town code, and the federal regulation, what the respective roles of the parties are, and the involvement of the person who serves as the CLG administrator, who for our CLG is our preservation planner. This was distributed to you, and we'd like to get moving as a good faith effort with the Historic Commission and on behalf of the CLG to get this wrapped up. I want to bring it up and ask that you please review it, and at the next meeting, we will vote on it, on advancing it, and unless there are material changes, if there are material changes, we'll have discussion. If there aren't material changes, we're going to advance it. I want to point out that there is one set of changes that will occur. Within that draft are a set of guidelines established for the Nantucket, there is text with respect to the Nantucket Historic Commission taken from the state statute. And there is also text related to the Nantucket Historic Commission that is taken from the town code. Those two things are not the same. And we're going to need to get clarification from town council. I believe the town code supersedes the state legislation because that's what was adopted by our town code in our town code as part of our town charter. However, we're going to get some clarification on that, and that would be the only significant modification. Again, the idea being, when I say the only significant modification, the idea being that we are providing the foundational elements, roles, and responsibilities of the respective parties as the baseline, as the MOU to move forward. Any questions or comments at this point?
Question.
Yeah.
Okay, so prior to next Tuesday's meeting, we will get clarification from town council on that?
No.
No, no. Okay,
If I may,
Go
Mr.
ahead,
Chair.
Holly.
So first, didn't know that you wanted to get town council on that, and there is a process and procedure that takes, that I can't just ask town council. I gotta go through the planning
Yeah.
director, the planning director has to get the town manager's support. There's literally a process. So if that is something that is needed, I would respectfully request that you email that request to the planning director.
Yeah, I'll just stop in there tomorrow too. Because it would be beneficial for everyone to get this documented without it becoming something else. I think we'd all agree. Oh, Ray, I'm sorry, go
Yeah,
ahead.
no. So, so we won't have an answer by
No.
next Tuesday?
It,
Is that going to inhibit our ability to move forward or no, not having that answer?
I think so. I think what I would suggest is we'll leave it on the agenda
Yeah,
in the instance that a miracle befalls us and we have closure from town council that
Right.
can be circulated to everyone in advance of Tuesday. And I would suggest go ahead and reevaluate what's in there. And it will just be a matter of whether a certain block of text related to the Historic Commission is relevant or not, which that being the state legislation portion.
okay.
Holly?
And I'm not too keen on the difference that you're talking about, because at the end of the day, when the town enacted the Historical Commission guidelines or law, if you will, from chapter 40, I think it's F or D or something like that, in 2005 by the active town meeting, it literally grabbed it and brought it in. So, and then our MOU that we do have with both commissions, requirement by MHC, the state, is there shouldn't be any difference between the two. Literally, it's just very simple of how our internal MOU that we want to work on. So I'm just,
So when you say keen, you mean, I'm not sure what you meant by that. You're concerned that
I
there's.
think I do.
I'm not clear on what the request would be between the state statute and the town code, because they're essentially the same.
Yeah, the way I had interpreted what was in there was that, because it hasn't been picked up, it was originally, 3 or 4 or 5 years ago that we did the initial draft. 2021, so three or so years ago. There seems to be two separate sections that relate to the Historic Commission. As opposed to digging into that now, I will review that. Holly, I'll touch base with you. We'll also take a look at the town code, make sure there isn't an inconsistency. If there isn't an inconsistency, or it's de minimis, we'll let everyone know to please review for next Tuesday, and we'll vote on it. Angus?
So does it make sense to have our discussion and then whatever we come to a resolve about, bring that to town council rather than just comparing what we've already got?
No, and the reason I say that is all we're doing is consolidate, the goal and the concept and the goal is to consolidate what is the mission and the regulatory authority of the respective Nantucket Historic Commission, Nantucket Historic District Commission, and CLG. We're not rewriting any regulations, we're not expanding, we're not contracting, we're not doing anything along those lines. And my understanding was that when this was picked up previously, Ken Beaugrand was, God rest his soul, was managing this for the town, and this had been reviewed, and it was a matter of implementing it, and then that process got bogged down. Is that correct, or?
I believe so. Like I said, we have our required MOU with the state, and I think we wanted to establish boundaries and not having an overreach from one to the other. Because again, we are unique with the special act, we don't follow the typical 40C. So I believe that's what the case was, and we want to kind of clean it, make it so it's very clear. And frankly, I think it would kind of mimic or mirror what we already have with the state, maybe some more clarities on it.
Yeah, it's basically just a higher level of granularity. One says the Historic Commission is the preservation party that does recommendations for preservation and a lot more stuff, One says the HDC is a preservation-related architectural review board with other authority and a lot of other stuff, and the other outlines the CLG. We're sticking within those guardrails. Again, we're not adding any duties or responsibilities. If we want to have some type of a work program or goals, those can be referenced as joint responsibilities and duties, but we're not making a list of projects or including those in, at least from the HDC side, I'm not going to endorse that. And as the party who was involved in drafting it, and the party who's been involved in really overseeing it 3 years ago, I would ask that you indulge me on that. It's not a document, it's not to be a document that needs to be modified on a regular basis. And the way you do that is you simply amalgamate the respective responsibilities and duties, and then you leave it alone. It gets signed and it's there in perpetuity. It can be included in the front of the packet and the back of the packet, whatever information we have for the CLG. It's an important foundational document. And again, it's not something you want to be updating every year, whereas we could be updating our goals and projects every year, which are very important, and I think everyone is going to support. So I don't want to spend any more time on that. We got a really long agenda. If anyone has any questions other than what had been said, I'll give you a minute now each, and otherwise we'll get it out to you. We'll confirm our status for review. Okay. Incomplete applications. So what I'm going to ask here is that we need to help us, help staff, help us. We had 3 incomplete applications last week. There was one I did this week, which was much more minor, thankfully. And what I'm formally requesting is that while you are reviewing, how we start to take a chunk out of this is while you are reviewing applications for consent, please determine whether the application is incomplete or not. And if it is incomplete, please determine the extent to which it is incomplete and list it and provide a request to staff on how you would like it to be addressed. What I mean by that is, for example, a door color change comes into the old historic district and there isn't a color swatch included. The request was to have that presented in the application so it could be presented at the meeting. I didn't feel personally that that meant that the application needed to be yanked. If you happen to come across the Sparks Ave application, using that as an example, actually maybe not as a good example because it's old business. A new business example would be you come across a set of drawings and it's missing elevations. Pretty clearly material, please kick it back. And the same email you send about consents to staff, explaining what the issue is and that this shouldn't be accepted for the hearing, it should be removed from the agenda. And at that point, if there's a removal from the agenda, I would just ask that staff, let me know, so I'm aware of it as the chair and the vice chair. I think that's important, just CC us so we're aware. The idea here, hopefully, one sec, Ray, is that while staff is processing so many applications and they're kind of fractured in their duties, from what I've heard, we're helping them out, that's helping us out, and it's also providing a feedback loop for staff to understand when something is incomplete, what do we think is the threshold for it not to be on the agenda? And I think that's an important element for when staff is determining incompletes, because I personally don't want to be in a position where the HDC through administrative staff is turning away every single application if there is a relatively minor item not included with it. It seems to me like that's an important distinction, and the only way staff are going to learn that is by getting the feedback loop. Right.
So agree with all that, but the final step in that process is to notify whoever the applicant is that there are deficiencies. So that burden now does fall back to staff, okay? And so it can either happen, well, I think there's a couple of different messages that come across. One is, hey, we can still hear this application if you get us a paint chip. Or you're missing elevations, we can't accept this, this will not be on the agenda. But so I think that message just needs to go full circle back to the applicant.
Yeah, and I apologize. I intended that to be implicit. When I send something
Okay.
back to the staff, I let them know. I do want to caution you guys too, because this is an important aspect and it feeds into the next topic, which is submission deadlines. We, I think, have a responsibility, and in fact, we voted on this in our best practices to support staff that if something isn't complete, it needs to be, materially, it needs to be stated, because in part, we don't want to have to deal with incomplete applications at the table. But in relation to this, giving feedback to applicants or applicants' agents to turn something in after the submission date, we also do not want to be encouraging staff having to process a whole nother stream of submission data or information, because they're busy doing the regularly scheduled stuff. And in fact, it is an indulgence on behalf of the commission to accept something that will complete something that should have been completed when it was submitted weeks before. So I just want to make that important distinction. The idea is start to change the working environment so we get complete applications. Any other thoughts or questions on that? Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to mention to the examples that you provided in your review. Staff immediately sent emails to the applicants. The applicants had turned around and provided, I think one in particular, it was the size of the document. Another one, the actual paint chip was not, it was physically included, but it was not scanned in. So again, it's this whole scanning. Sometimes we don't even have a copy of the application. I think Carrie brought that up to us, that it wasn't scanned, but we had the physical copy. So it's onerous, I think, on everybody's part, the applicant, staff, and the commissioners to, really look at these applications, because we have so many of them. We are the busiest in the country, to be able to make sure that we have these complete applications. So I personally appreciate it. And I think also being very specific in your reviews with the consent applications, really outlining, this one, whatever it is, but those details, the consent information, what you think would be additional to the application, whether it's a condition or something that we need to actually hold off and contact them on. That is very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Holly. So that's kind of where we are with it. And I think what we'd like to do is systematize the headings that will be helpful. So we'll have consent with conditions, incompletes, not on the agenda, and incomplete requires supplemental information prior to, and we'll establish when that is. If we were in a position where we received the new business for consent review earlier in the week, we could say, the prior week, we could say by Friday of this week. I understand that that's not happening, and I understand why it's not happening. So I think, again, we want to not be too permissive in allowing supplemental submissions. And I shouldn't say supplemental, I should say completing your application after the deadline.
Yeah.
Okay, last one on this is submission deadline. I wanted to bring this up because I think it's important. Staff is beleaguered. They have got a lot going on, and there's every other commission and board and even some of the committees have a deadline associated with submissions. I think we need to review that and establish a fair deadline so that it works in the office with respect to administrative work, which is primarily what this is for. And what I mean by that is not necessarily application deadlines, but letter deadlines. If we're getting communications from individuals about a particular project, staff should be able to call through those and say, okay, that's on the current agenda, I'll put it in the file, but I'm not going to be sending these out at the last minute. And the rationale there is that as commissioners, we are due the respect of And in order to complete our responsibility of reviewing things in advance so that we can consider them and make determinations on them and not get them, I got an email, somebody sent a letter, I don't know, today at 2:00 or something. There were several of them. And I think that, nothing's going to be perfect, but I think it would be beneficial for our commission to establish that type of a procedure. And I wanted to bring it up, see if there was any immediate feedback, and then ask for Holly to kind of consider it. And I can, and if you wouldn't mind, Holly, obviously running it by planning director because it affects operations. But I think this is a beneficial thing for staff, or at least it's intended to be. And if there's a hole in it, we'll see if we can plug it. And if there's not, we'll see if we can put it into effect. Any thoughts on that?
On the deadline?
Angus and then Jay.
So my only comment about that is, yeah, I think it makes sense to, like, the updated agenda was at 2:37 today. So, I mean, it would be great to have at least a day to see what the agenda is, what the consents are. I think it helps for planning. So I don't know what the timeline is that we can buy ourselves more than an hour and a half before the meeting to be able to know what that is.
Mr. Chair, if I may, thank you. Unfortunately, with the way our submittal deadline is to posting for open meeting law, for your review over the weekend of those consent applications, I have to take all your information that you've given me, go through them all, say yay, nay, all that kind of stuff, go kind of a little bit back and forth, and then try to establish, okay, this goes on consent, this goes on consent petition, then I have to post it. There's only 2 times that the town administration posts our agendas, 10 o'clock, 2 o'clock. So, I'm very, very fortunate that I can call up Maureen, she's very, very flexible for us, and say, hey, wait a minute, I have to fix something. Don't post that one. I try to make sure that this is the final thing. So unfortunately, you're not going to get it quicker than a little after 2, because that's when she has to regulatory post it. The only way I see it changing is if we change our application deadline processes. And I want to bring this into, that was something that was brought up with our NAPC review, as far as their recommendation for you all to receive staff comments. I know that was something that this commission had mentioned before. It would be nice for you to receive these ahead of time. But again, with the hundreds of applications that come through, realistically, I don't see that ever happening unless we really take a look at scheduling completely as a whole, from the application deadlines throughout the whole entire process, to be able to provide a more timely process.
So are you suggesting we meet once a month?
I'd like to comment on that.
Val and then Ray.
With regard to the consents, what I do is I take the list that's sent to me on Friday, and I look at everybody's. If I have questions, I ask whoever the person is reviewing, or, this is my concern, or whatever. So I do look at them all ahead of time. I think it would behoove everybody to do that. And I also think when we had that review, we came away from that with it indicating we need more help.
Yeah,
So-
I think there's hopefully going to be a light at the end of the tunnel on that. We have talked for a while about changing the submission deadline dates. I understand that's in the study or the report. But in any event, we've got to start making small changes now, because if we don't, we're never going to get caught up. We are literally, the analogy is we're in a boxing match on our heels, and we're not doing things we need to do. Ray?
Well, I'm not sure that my comment or question is any longer applicable, but, so, does it help at all, or would it help at all in terms of the timeline if members who are reviewing for consent weren't given the whole weekend, but only given Friday? And answers back to you by Friday? Would that help? Because look, the fact is, hopefully you're not working on Saturday and Sunday. But, so, we're doing something on Saturday or Sunday and we send it to you. In fact, I think I might have done mine on Monday this week. Well, okay, so there's Monday, and you guys now have all this additional work that you need to do between Monday and Tuesday at 2:00. I'm just asking the question.
Holly?
Sorry.
Yeah, Fiona?
Sorry, Mr. Chair. The problem with that is we try to get the view pack up, which is like the agenda. That doesn't get together till Friday afternoon usually. So when I send them out, it's Friday afternoon.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Angus, go ahead, sorry.
So I think that a deadline for us is helpful, but if we're receiving the list on Friday, I think that's tough to get it turned around on Friday. And it sounds like we wouldn't have the view pack till the afternoon on Friday anyway. But what about having a deadline of by 10 a.m. on Monday morning, so that, would that be enough time for staff to put something together by at least Tuesday morning in order to so that we have something to look at that's more than an hour and a half?
Okay, so why don't we take this under some consideration, I think? Yeah. This initial topic, I appreciate the fact that there's concerns that we branched it out. But initially, we're trying to manage submission deadlines for supplemental information that's coming in from applicants, supporters, or abutters who have concerns, so that we have an opportunity to review these items. So that's the initial concern. The bigger concern is having time to address the things we just discussed. And I want to look into a little bit, like what's driving the Friday aggregation of, like if new business items are due on a Thursday, right? What's the new business deadline? Monday. A Monday? Are there any processes that might be able to be modified on a Tuesday, a Wednesday, or a Thursday that could happen on a Friday instead, and the Friday could move forward?
So maybe when we do new business, and we're not trying to do the agenda from old business to new business, it might move faster.
Okay. Well, I was hoping that would be the answer, because I think, there's more behind the scenes about this new business, old business, new business every single week than just simply doing new business.
No, Mr.
Yeah.
Chair, we have to research, go back, see who was on the board. So Sarah does mainly this, so, we can definitely address this with Sarah.
And the other thing is it would then be, the idea of doing new business and old business as alternating weeks is we will be reviewing as a group for consent, new business every other week.
Yes.
So that's going to give staff a little bit of breathing room to be addressing other items they need to address, not only with respect to new business in the office, but old business, because they're not trying to juggle two different categories of tasks at the same time. So I'm hopeful that that's going to make a big difference. We'll see what happens. We'll play this by ear a little bit.
I have one more comment
Val
for
and
you.
then Holly.
We're doing this to be nice to applicants. If we start saying, we're not going to see your thing, maybe people will try a little harder to get everything
You mean we're
together.
not going to be reviewing it?
Right.
Yeah,
It's like spoon feeding. And I try to help as much as I can, but, the onus is now on commissioners to do a lot of the work that we need more help to help be doing. And I feel like we bend over backwards to help people once they get up here, and it's not fair to us.
thanks, Bill. Ray, did you have something?
Yes, I did, Mr. Chair. I've been informed that Holly's mic is not working.
Proving that there are
Sorry,
people
Mr.
who
Chair.
watch this show. I never see our ratings though.
Distressing news.
Yeah, Val, I guess the only comment I have on that is, let's remember that anything that appears before us here in person has been deemed to be non-consentable. And while we seek and strive for unanimity, or at least a supermajority, if not in a majority, and move things along, we are, and I'm guilty, designing at the table and whatnot to move things along. There's a difference between designing at the table to move something over the line versus having a new application and it needs a lot of work and simply referring the individual back to building with Nantucket in mind. And I think that's an important thing, what we need to do if we ever hope to get caught up. And I think that will be better. I think Val's getting at, we're kind of enabling people, and we need to kind of curb our tendency to want to help and move back more towards our role as a regulatory authority and give definitive appropriate, inappropriate. I know y'all may disagree, or some of you may, but that is, and it's my belief that's where we are at this point in the HDC's kind of workflow and evolution. Anyone else?
Oh, I just wanted to add, I think we'll have a much better chance of catching up if we're not spending any time trying to figure out what the drawings are because they're incomplete or the application is incomplete. So the more we just hand it back to them, the more we can go on to the next one and the next one. So, I mean, if someone is missing one line item, sure. But if they're like 4 or 5 or half dozen, or they're missing plans or something, that should just get returned so that we could move on to something that was prepared.
And the way we would bring accountability to commissioners on what's incomplete and isn't, and you don't need to respond now, it may not be something you guys can do, is we add their initials on the agenda. So you can simply say, you simply look at the agenda and we're looking at something and you're like, why wasn't this on consent? We can then ask that person why it wasn't on consent in order to build a feedback loop so that we're improving our process ourselves. Holly?
I keep track of what all,
Okay, so maybe we can just throw the initials in there. Okay, anyways, I mean, not to put anyone on the spot, but actually, absolutely to put people on the spot. Yeah. Yeah, it's important. We need to be accountable to each other as well as to the general public. With all of that said, can we please, are there any recusals on consent?
Not on the first
On
regular
consent?
consent.
Okay, can I get a motion?
Motion.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, that was a regular board. On consent with conditions, any recusals?
Comment on consents.
Public meeting, not a public hearing, but if it's brief, I'll entertain it.
Sure. So Kevin Toth from 128 Main Street. Thank you for your time today. I'd like to quickly object to the 126 and 126R Main Street applications being on the consent agendas on 2 fronts. One, these are highly controversial changes to the historic streetscape of Main Street in the heart of our old historic district, and they should track with the related applications further down the agenda. As the HDC chair said on May 14th, this Main Street development is an example of why the HDC should be more forward-looking as an organization. And this is an instance where it would be good to have had the applicant be forthcoming with a clear area plan. These should not be decided piecemeal. Second, I also object to this being suddenly put on consent and the consent with conditions agenda less than 2 hours before the meeting, when they were originally posted on the agenda as new business applications on Friday. So we had expected to be able to provide comments as abutters. A brand new outbuilding, new curb cut and driveway and other changes right along Main Street deserves input from the public.
Thank you. So I want to just touch base on something while we're here. I'm not going to get on that topic. The HDC does not conduct public hearings. This is not a special permit or a variance. In our special act, or under our act, the Establishing Act, we conduct public meetings. There is no requirement that the HDC entertain public input on any individual application. We have over the years strayed from that. It involves a substantial amount of our time. And I would argue that in some instances, it would better serve all parties that comments be submitted in writing in advance of the hearing so that we can consider them timely and appropriately. And also, in the event of appeal, the written record is what reflects the comments and the testimony, not what's said at the meeting, because as we know, it's very difficult. We have a wonderful minutes taker, but it's very difficult for those to reflect accurately all the words that were spoken. So I just want to point out that that is the case, as has been expressed to me over the years and in reading the act. And Abby, if you want to make a brief comment, please.
Sure, I was just wondering if we shouldn't reopen the consent with conditions and just see those two items because they have been sort of controversial and
Okay.
just reopen it and take those two off and just have a quick look at them and make sure that we're,
Did you say two?
Well, you guys, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
It's-
I get to use this again.
14 and 15.
Sorry.
Okay, Abby, so we actually have not, we have not actually voted on the two that are under consent with conditions. So I think you're referring to the one on consent. And before I entertain a motion on any of this, I'm going to ask, Angus, you were the individual who put this on consent, is that correct?
That's right.
And were there any items that you felt stood out? Obviously not, that weren't consentable?
Due to the lack of visibility, I didn't feel that there was anything that couldn't go through.
Okay. Unless someone has individually reviewed this material in preparation in advance of the hearing, and not in any way to close off for the purpose of closing off discussion, but if you are aware of something and you have a concern about it as a commissioner, then I'll entertain someone making a motion to reconsider something previously approved, and we'll reopen it. But if you don't, there's no sense opening it and going for a fishing expedition based upon the testimony of our newest commissioner. Anyone?
Well, again, Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
through you, again, we should look through all the applications if we're going to think we have concerns about anything and reach out to staff or the commissioner who reviewed it.
The only point that I make with respect to that, Val, is that we really shouldn't be reaching out to one another offline. 'Cause
Well,
that
all right, through-
could be interpreted or construed to be, or perceived to be a violation of open meeting law. So just to be aware of that, that's all. But yeah, I think, guys, be prepared, like review this stuff. That's why we're here. And if we do it at home, you know what? And you're having a glass of Cabernet, good for you. But like it's less time sitting at this table. Ray?
Small point. Because this is in the OHD, I'm assuming that Holly vetted what Angus
Gonna go next.
had
Yeah, that's where I was gonna go next.
essentially approved.
Yeah, Holly? Did you have, obviously, given that
Give her
there's
a
no
couple
conditions, you were okay with it?
Absolutely.
Okay. So for that reason, Kevin, I'm not gonna entertain a motion to reopen that. However, given we have not addressed consent with conditions yet, those have not been approved yet, and we're gonna move to that next. So before we move to that, I want to find out if there's anyone who has any recusals on consent with conditions.
I just want to say I fully agree with you about written comments, and we just wish we had the opportunity to submit written comments, because we didn't, because it just came up 2 hours before the meeting.
Okay,
So-
I'm sorry, Kevin. Holly, could you clarify for me, this is not something that was on the agenda
Friday.
Friday?
All of these applications that are vetted for consent or consent with conditions are on the agenda on Friday.
Okay.
We
So
have
that-
the agenda printed from Friday, and it's not under consents.
No.
The view
It was
list.
it was on the agenda at the end for the meeting deadline. So it was on the posted agenda from last week
For this meeting?
for this meeting, yes, sir.
Okay, yeah, I just want to make sure I understand what happened here, because if for some reason it wasn't on the agenda, that would be a different matter altogether.
I mean, one of them is pretty significant. There's an entirely new
Well,
structure.
Kevin, there's going to be, we still haven't gotten to how we're going to handle the other two. But this one was, to my mind, of such a level that both the commissioner and the preservation planner have put it under consent without conditions. So to me, there's a threshold there that hasn't been crossed, the conditions level. So I appreciate your comments, and, you know, you're more than welcome to make them, but we're going to move on to consent with conditions. And as a matter of process, I need to determine if anyone needs to recuse.
Are you talking
Out of order, out of order.
I need to recuse, Steve.
Okay, thank you. No other recusals. Are there any comments on the, given what just occurred to with the 126 Main or 126R or 35 Tashima or 3343 Mattocket or any other of these 45 Quidnet that are on this consent with conditions list? No? Okay. What would we like to do, folks?
I will move to approve consent with conditions.
Okay, all in favor of Ray's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. All right, that moves us on to signs. And is there someone to present?
I'm
Nikki,
here,
hi,
Mr. Chair.
Nikki.
Thank you.
Nikki, thanks. There's a whole bunch of these, so I think what I'd like to do is ask if you have, as the staff member that was involved, do you have any concerns with a motion to accept the assign committee's recommendations?
I do, because I do, unfortunately, I have something for the record that was just brought to my attention an hour ago, and I also have a couple corrections.
Okay, why don't you walk us through the corrections, and then we'll dig into the meatier topic, it sounds like, which is something that was brought to you an hour ago.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Chair. So for the corrections, item number 7, which is J. Crew for 16.5 Federal Street, that one was held for revisions.
Okay.
So that's item 7. And then at the very bottom, the Garden Club, that one was recommended for approval as submitted.
Bottom one.
Number
14.
14, the last one.
Okay.
Okay, so thank you, Nikki. So is there a motion to approve to accept the sign committee's recommendation
As modified by Nikki.
as modified by Nikki, number 7 to be held for revision, and number 14, and number 7, 16 and a half Federal Street to be held for revision, temporary sign J. Crew, and number 14, various locations, temp signs for the Nantucket Garden Club recommended for approval?
Yeah, so as modified, I would move to approve.
This will be the regular board. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that carries unanimously. That brings us to new business, which is 7 Folgers Lane with an established board.
Oh, Mr. Chair,
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you have something else?
sorry. Yes, I did.
Uh-oh.
So for items 1 through 6, for the public information signs, those were approved recommended for straight approval with a height restriction of 36 inches. However, the applicant went out to the land bank sites today and realized that relatively most of the signs were between 53 inches to 75 inches. And so through you, Mr. Chair, he was just wondering if you would consider increasing that height restriction to no greater than 75 inches off the ground.
I think I'm loath to act without the sign committee's recommendation. So I think what we can do is we can move these have been accepted as recommended. It's not like a certificate COA that's more involved. You all, Nikki, speaking to the sign advisory committee, they can review this. If they want to make a supplemental recommendation, they can do so. I don't want to weigh into this level of detail for example, We don't know the size of the signs. Is the base at 36 inches or at ground level, and then it's 72 inches high? I mean, there's a lot of details that the sign advisory committee would need to review. So we're going to leave that one as standing. And again, you can revisit that with the sign advisory committee, let the applicant know. And then is there any others?
No, that was all, Mr. Chair. The others are
Okay.
fine.
Thank you so much.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, now we're moving on to new business, 514 7 Folgers Lane. The board is myself, Ray, Val, Angus, and Carrie. For the record, any vote taken on this will be a roll call vote since Carrie's on Zoom.
Hello, Mr. Chair. Andrew
evening.
Cochin, representing the application. If you all recall, I was here 2 weeks ago with some modifications to the main house at 7 Folger Lane and an accessory structure in the rear of the property. I'll just familiarize you guys real quick with the application and the discussion that we had. This is the structure towards the rear, which has no visibility from Folger's Lane, and what I will discuss with you is the lack of visibility, of no visibility, also from Sunset Hill. The board's position on the application last time was everybody sort of appreciated the massing of the structure. It's a one-story building. There was a comment on the height of the chimney, which I'll of course reduce as we advance the application forward. But most of the conversation was surrounding the size of the doors that were facing towards the wetlands, towards Sunset Hill that exists adjacent to the property. And the board had encouraged that we put up a sort of frame around the doors to demonstrate if there was, in fact, any visibility from the public way. I don't know if anybody visited this or walked through it, but I've got some pretty good images here to demonstrate, I think, the fact that there really isn't visibility until you actually step onto my client's property. So the diagram that I have in front of you here shows a few things. It shows 4 images, 2 taken, 1 from Folger's Lane, 1 taken from as you walk onto the property, and then 2 images taken back here from Sunset Hill. I think an important fact to know also is that from Sunset Hill, where the landscape area is mowed, it is just about 200 feet to the doors that face the structure. So you can see here from Folger's Lane, you can't see anything in the structure on the site. Once you get onto the property, deeper into the driveway, you can begin to see what is the framed out opening of those doors. If I go to the next slide and I take the views that exist towards the rear portion of the property, I think everybody's aware that everything that exists here in this sort of rear zone is wetlands. None of that vegetation can or should ever be cut down, both on 7 Folger Lane and on the Coffin Park area. And so I've taken photos from 2 areas. The first image here is taken from the vegetation that exists from Coffin Park. There's no visibility at all to this property. Then as you step and look straight through where this bridge exists that people are probably familiar with, which is in fact on 7 Folger Lane, it's not on the public property. So if you go onto that, then you're no longer in the public way. There's also no visibility that exists there. When you do step onto the bridge and you walk through it and you peek and you're now deeper into the property, you get a very faint hint of the doors that would exist 200 feet away again. And just a couple other things that I wanted to demonstrate. I think Angus brought up a really good point last time, that during the day, the pergola element that is on the elevation of the north elevation of the structure would conceal the glazing during the day. We could pursue some sort of the turtle glass approach in the evening to mitigate any glow coming out from it. But I also want to say that it is possible with the ground cover available on the site that somebody could build a much larger structure here. If you aggregated a 2-story building with all of the glazing facing this way, I think it would be pretty safe to say that the total amount in square footage of glazing would be more than what we're actually applying for here. So in summary, I'll say I think there is no visibility from a public way to this unless you actually step onto the property. The vegetation will not be cut down, as I said, because it is in the wetland area. And I think that the 1-story nature of this structure and really the fact that this is set down into the grade makes it hopefully something that the board will respond positively to. That's it.
Thank you, Andrew. Any questions for the applicant's agent at this point? No? Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is a infill structure associated with another infill dwelling on the lot from the 1980s. I did have concern on the visibility from Coffin Park, which is a town through the land bank owned property. I do want to appreciate Andrew's office providing these photographs. I think they're helpful. I do think that the view number 3 is compelling. You're going to see it. While I do agree that the pergola is very helpful to help mask during the day, I think it would be beneficial to maybe have supplemental vegetation to kind of mask this different view, if at all possible. I am appreciative that there is vegetation that's not going to be able to be removed because it is a wetland area, but I do have concerns on that visibility from the park. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Holly. Mickey, does your group have anything to add?
Yeah, just a little bit more. Thank you. So this is Mickey Rowland, representing the Historic Structures Advisory Group, and our group consists of myself, Jason Finger, Mary Bergman, Marcia Fader, Sandy Kendall, and Diane Coombs. So as Holly pointed out, the photograph labeled View 3 certainly shows the door frame, and I guess Andrew's going to suggest that maybe there's another photograph which isn't part of my application, saying that it's not visible from back on the property. So that wasn't terribly clear from the information that we received. But still, this is taken during fully leafed out season, and during the winter, all of those leaves will be down. And I think that just regardless of where you are on the beginning of the bridge or the middle of it, you're still going to be able to look through and see this huge bank of French doors, which are certainly not traditional. I think that elevation should be changed just to make them a little bit more traditional. Thank you.
Thanks, Mickey. Let's see, again, it is myself, Ray, Val, Angus, and Carrie who'd like to begin.
I can start.
Ray.
All right. Yeah, that photograph number 3, because the bridge itself is actually on your client's property.
Correct.
But if indeed that red dot means that it was taken, kind of before you get onto the bridge, then there is a window.
It was taken in the middle of the bridge.
Andrew, I want to.
Sorry.
Well, it's interesting because I would tend to agree with you, but unless there's vegetation growing in the middle of the bridge, which I don't think that there is, you would probably have a similar view from the public side of that bridge, which would lead me in favor of, I believe, Holly's comment to provide some supplemental invitation. The window is rather small, so I don't think it would be too onerous to close it off somehow. That's my thought.
Thanks, Ray. Who would like to go next?
I'll go.
Val?
Yeah. I just don't understand why you need that many doors, frankly. The 2 outer doors outside the pergola could be windows. I mean, and there's a door on every single side. I appreciate the stature of this building. I think all of that is great. I'm feeling like we're in let's make a deal mode here. And I think they should either be reduced, the number should be reduced, or there should definitely be, like when we require not seen at time of inspection and thereafter or something, vegetation from the bridge area.
Okay, so Ray's for screening, Val's for too many and potentially screening. Let's see.
I'll go.
Go ahead, Carrie.
Thanks. I agree with the other 2. I also think from Folger, this building, these windows or doors are 8.5 feet tall by 4 feet each. They're quite massive. And yes, the stature of the building is smaller, but when you look at the proportion of the glass to the wall and the whole scale of the building, it's oversized. And I do think while you have to step into the driveway to see the building, it is a vegetated time of year. And I think if you just continue to the very end of that road, you'll see it if you're looking back there. So I just think a little reduction would be better off. It's a very traditional house, and I think it should be a more traditional set of doors and configurations of such. Thanks.
Thanks, Carrie. Angus?
I agree with what's been said. My concern is the vegetation. It looks primarily, if not exclusively, deciduous. So, this has a timeline of what's going to be visible, what's not going to be visible. I agree with the perspective from the bridge that even if that's halfway through the bridge, 6 feet further back or wherever the beginning of the bridge at the public land, it would still be a similar view. And I would be nervous about putting a screen up that's evergreen, which seems like the only thing that would be, dependable to close it off. So I think that it would be safer to go with French doors and flanking windows of a normal size, where there's shingle space between the facets of fenestration, that would be more in keeping with the structure and the house. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Angus. Different dribs and drabs, I don't have anything to add. Andrew, would you be good with a motion for revisions, or do you want us to craft a motion based on what you've heard tonight for an approval?
I also
Which
have a
would be
question.
basically some French doors and some flankers.
I will hold for revisions.
Okay.
May I ask a question
Val,
as well?
go ahead.
Andrew, what's the chimney made out of? It says the cap is brick, but it doesn't have any.
The whole thing's brick.
Okay,
Val.
thanks.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, Andrew, so I'm gonna look for a motion to hold for revisions.
So moved.
I'll give that one to Angus. On your motion, Angus?
Aye.
Ray?
Aye.
Vale?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
And I'm an aye.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're gonna skip new business 528, 2 charter, window replacement. The applicant's agent has been contacted for the window survey. Excellent, thank you so much. We're gonna move to old business is 6-4, and Ray is chairing the next
Four,
4.
I think four.
3.
I haven't turned the page yet.
4, yeah, one of them's tracking.
Yeah. Do we have somebody to rep? We do.
These I thought were incomplete.
They are. Okay, Wayne Elliott, unmute, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, is it possible for me to control the screen? Share my desktop, please? It would
Yeah,
help.
it is. We're all looking from our little laptops, but feel free. The staff will allow you to do that.
Mr. Chair, through you to Wayne, he needs to accept as a panelist, and then he can chair.
So Wayne, the incomplete application aspect of this part of it is that none of the changes are bubbled. So it's like a Where's Waldo? We're trying to find where the differences are between the two.
Oh, no, they are, sorry, they are bubbled. Let me,
They are bubbled?
on some of them, and I do apologize for, I'll go through. There were some minor changes, but I do apologize for one of them was, but let me share my screen.
There also was elevations missing.
Geez. Where would I share my screen here? Sorry. There's screen. Lori?
While you're doing that, Wayne,
Oh, here it is. Sorry.
Wayne, I want to point out to you that, Diane is no longer sitting on this board, so she's out, and Connie is not here this evening. So even if we pull in Abby as an alternate member, you have myself, Val, Joe, and Abby. You have a 4-person board, and I just want to make sure that you're comfortable with us moving forward with it.
I'm fine with that if you all are.
We're fine if you are.
Okay, great. I know you, three of you were the most vocal. So you can see my screen. Let me just take you through the current existing house changes. As you can see, they're bubbled. Minor revisions were per the motion. So what we did was we shortened the Wawinit dormer from 22 feet in width to 18 feet in width primarily.
Hold on, Wayne, sorry. on our agenda, this isn't the application that's first.
Yeah, we're looking at the secondary dwelling, but I do believe it would probably be in all of our best interest to do the house first.
Yeah, this is
Does
the
everyone
same
have an
way.
issue with that?
I agree with that.
Okay, so we are going to stick with you, Wayne, on this. So main house, but just allow us a moment to retool so that we got our main houses up on our.
Okay, sorry about that.
Okay, well, no, it's not your problem.
Well,
Just the sequencing of the agenda.
through you, Mr. Chair, there wasn't any but two elevations, north and west.
Okay, so I'm going to let Wayne start into it, but, and then I'm going to allow you to address that, okay, Val?
Yeah.
All right, thanks. Go ahead, Wayne.
Yeah, so we shortened the width of the Wawinut dormer as per recommended. We removed the corner boards, as I believe Joe recommended, with the cottage corners. There's slight detailing now with the rake boards in the front. And then the biggest issue, whereas as you can see on the front elevation, where the fenestration of the windows, which it was recommended to do a 2/1 or a 2/2. Obviously here we've gone with the 2/2. And those were the board's minor revisions. I to what Val's going to say, I did only have 2 elevations last time. I'm sorry about that. If I had known, I would have done other elevations, but it's really seen from the side here as well with this addition. And I'll leave it to you.
Okay, yeah, okay, thank you. Are you comfortable moving forward with this, Val?
The other thing that's confusing is there's 2 sets of elevations with things circled, so I wasn't sure. One has no dormers, the second set of the north and the west.
That
Yeah.
was, yeah, we don't want to do that, but it was recommended actually by Holly that I put that in case you didn't like the Wawinut dormer.
Oh, boy. Well, oh, my goodness. That's like saying, would you prefer to have $10 or $100? Your choice. Okay, so can we start into our discussion here? Is everybody ready?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead. Is that, Abby, you ready?
Yeah,
Okay,
I just,
thanks.
yeah, so, to me, looking at this, the proposed dormers, the 2 dog house dormers with the ganged windows in between, it seems like an entirely different scale to me. And when you look at the original with just the broke back simplicity, I really miss that. So maybe there's something in between, I don't know, but it just looks out of scale to me. So just looks a bit odd. Thank you.
Abby, thank you. All right, that was Abby. Who's next?
Who else is on it?
You.
Yeah.
Joe, Paul, and, well, Connie's out. I'm in, of course.
Well, I don't think that we're going to be able to make a motion, a definitive motion, other than holding for revisions on this, because we don't know what the south elevation looks like or the east elevation. Even, it's just my gut. It's helpful to see before we look at the other structures, but.
Okay. Now, Wayne, I'm assuming that the reason that you did not show those remaining 2 elevations is because there's no change to them, correct?
Correct, and that wasn't brought up when I presented the last time.
So they're existing? It's the existing south elevation?
Yes, this is the existing house, as built here, as built here. This was the prior submission.
So it's our fault, we didn't mention it,
Yeah, okay.
even though it's on the checklist. So I personally would prefer the dormer as just a shed. rather than with the two little gables or on the rear of the structure. But the structure itself, the changes with the windows and the porch, I think are fine, appropriate.
Okay, Val, thank you very much. Joe, I'm going to go back to you just to see if you have any further comments.
The changes that we requested were made, which was to reduce the size of, we'll call it a wall winnet dormer. And in the context, if you look at this with blinders on, I could see where the shed dormer or no dormer would make some sense, but there's a language that's being introduced to this property with the other structures that are on here with rafter tails and some column details. And they're changing the vernacular of the property overall, which is very stripped down and simple. So when I think about those other structures, I feel like the wall winnet dormer, this combo of the gable and the shed with the rafter tails and the brackets on the porch, they all make sense to me. So I'm okay with this as submitted.
Okay, Joe, thank you. Abby, I'm going to go back to you.
Again,
Yeah, again.
as if I changed my mind?
So you're shed dormers. You want shed, we would prefer.
Oh, that, I think Val said shed. I just said that I thought that what's proposed seemed out of scale. It just like the.
Okay, so the reason I'm going back to you is there's this alternate proposal that shows no dormer at all. One of you brought up the idea of putting it on the back, but then the other thing was, rather than have this so-called wall winnet dormer, just do a plain old shed.
Yeah, I would prefer, I think Val said maybe put it on the back, and I think that would be a great idea. And then you wouldn't lose that simplicity of it. Like, as Joe said, this has a new vernacular. Right now, it's the simplest form of a cottage. And now you're changing it to this wall winnet dormer. It's taking on a new character. It's not bad, but I think it's a little noisy and takes away from that original simplicity. Trying to imagine what a shed, if instead of having the two doghouse dormers, if that was a shed, what would the size of those windows be? They would be minuscule.
They'd be the size of the windows that are in the shed portion of this now. I
Oh,
would
that's why
imagine.
you got the gables. Gotcha.
And wouldn't that be further out of scale? But
Mr. Chair, can I make a proposal?
Very
'cause
brief.
And there's
Yeah,
no dormers either.
It's really only there for aesthetic per what Joe said. It's really there cosmetically to kind of create this language of the other structures. Would it be possible to look at the other structures first, then come back to this on a vote?
Well,
Or,
no, and that's something that I wanted to address, because Joe's point was that vernacular is changing, but the vernacular is only changing because we as a board would be changing it, or you as an applicant would be changing it, and we would be applying our stamp to it. So I think let's stick with this for the time being. Now, you haven't heard my opinion, and my opinion is that I think that we're far enough away from wall winnet proper that this, I think, in terms of the quietness of this building, I would prefer to see a shed dormer of some kind on that side. And I don't mind it being on that side because got a feeling you might have a view there, and not on the other side. So I'd be okay with a shed. So now, interestingly, we could approve that one with no dormers. I can't imagine you'd get any pushback on that, but you don't want us to go there, do you?
no, we'd be fine with that. At this moment, if we want to come back and put a dormer
I'll
on.
take the $100. You can keep the 10 and I'll take the 100. So are you guys comfortable just approving this for now? Like, and
Well-
listen, you know, Wayne, you can always come back,
Yeah,
I'd
exactly.
like to craft a motion
please.
with an exhibit.
Well,
He's got the one with a motion to approve the second north and west that don't have a dormer, but the application needs to be completed. We need floor plans and we need all 4 elevations in order to give you an approval.
sounds good. That's through staff, you understand, right?
Correct. I get that. Yep.
Okay, so there's Val's motion, and I think we're all in the room so we can vote this voice vote. On Val's motion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, any opposed? Okay, so there you got one. That was the main house. Now let's jump back to the secondary dwelling, okay?
Yep. So secondary dwelling, per motion, quote unquote, is some revisions needed. I apologize, Mr. Chair, as you pointed out, I don't have it ballooned out, but I'll walk you through this. It's similar in nature to what we just did. So I continued the fenestration alterations from the main house. So most of the windows are 2/2. Increased the scale of the windows per the recommendation of the board on this structure because they felt kind of out of scale. I also altered which facing the south, the north facing. These windows were increased, and we lowered the ridge beam, to 26 feet from grade instead of where it was at around 29 feet, which was again recommended. And the only other change on this is, although it was not a huge deal, well, there was a couple changes, but if you remember these, I know you do so many of these, but the porch posts were kind of blocking the windows. So we went with a larger span on the front to get this kind of look, in order to alleviate that. And then the other thing was Val had a comment about the plexiglass with the crossbuck design. So we were hoping to propose, instead of plexi, what we would like to do is a tension wire that's really not seen beyond 15, 20 feet away, that gets us the code, and it disappears. So this would be a tension wire type without having to put the plexi on the back. And we also created a little more structure and girth with more posts on that. So we finessed that. That, I believe, is it.
Okay, great, thanks. Same board. opinions.
We have no floor plans.
Correct.
Or do a site, well, I guess there was a site plan.
There was a site plan.
I really apologize. I was told
Stop
to-
talking.
Hang on, Wayne.
Sorry. I'm looking online at images of this property, and it seems like it's kind of open to the road.
Oh, very
So,
much so.
huh?
Very much so.
Yeah. So I think keeping that in mind, the north would be the one facing the street.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't know. And we don't want to design at the table. I appreciate the simplicity of the structure, but I think there are details that are off, like the pergola thing over the front door, what's supposed to be the front door. And I'm going to
That's
ask my fellow commissioners, they're changing, as you said, the vernacular to, I guess, some sort of farmhouse-y kind of thing. Do they need more details of that type to make it read that way? All we're getting is these little rafter tails on a few places on each of these buildings. Is that enough to, or just simplify and take those off? Do you understand what I'm asking, Mr. Chair?
Not exactly. Val Oliver. Do you mean has the sort of stick style detailing gone far enough?
I guess, it just seems like it's just, I don't know, in one spot.
Am I on this one too, Mr. Chair?
You are, Abby.
Okay.
Yep.
Val, you finished?
Yeah, I'm finished.
Okay. I just wanted to say that there is a house very similar
There's no
to this,
floor plan.
a Victorian on McKinley Street in Sconset called Do We or Don't We? And it might be interesting for you to take a look at that, because it has a lot of the style that you're going for here. It does not have triple or looks like four. Anyway, the ganged French doors on the second floor are sort of overwhelming that facade and taking away from what I think you have as a sort of a nice Victorian massing going on here. But I would take a look at that house on McKinley because it would help you to sort of finish off that second floor. Otherwise, I think it's not a, this is so the main house is smaller than the
Take it up with it.
Well,
secondary?
yes, in the sense that it's lower, yeah.
Okay, so I'm just thinking back to the main house and how it relates. This is quite a departure, but, anyway, if we're working with those two together, I think going a little more simply on this is better. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Abby. Joseph?
Yeah, I think this is going to read like the main house, given the footprint of the other one might make it the main house by zoning, but this is going to read like the main house, in my opinion, given its height and its proximity to the road and the low scale of the other structure and its distance from the street. So on some level, like this, the language of this, I think that's why it's trying to inform the other one. So I think with that in mind, the east elevation, even though it doesn't face the road, it does obliquely. I think that's going to be perceived as the front. I think to that end, I think we should look at that front door and the quadruple French doors above it. I could see that getting simplified to a door with flanking windows that are separated by a shingle line. And I think that the east elevation is an appropriate elevation. The north elevation that faces the street, I do think that the French doors that are shown there and on the south, I think they could have a kick panel and sort of be like the other door, like the west door. So west, south, and north, I think those doors would all match. And then the door that is on the east elevation maybe is something different, a little less glass, and I think something that calls that out visually as the front, which faces the drive internal to the property. That on the west elevation that faces the neighbor, I do think that pergola thing that, I don't even know, a brise-soleil, whatever you want to call that, I think that's heavy and I don't think you need it to break this up. I do think that the 4 windows that are up above that might be more successful if that was 3 that were split apart. Just to make this start to feel, it's such a simple mass and a simple roof, and I think that the punctuated fenestration would start to make some sense versus the ganged windows on this. I think those are my comments.
Okay, Joe, thank you. First thing I'm going to note, I was noticing that you actually have the colors called out as PMS colors on the elevations. So we just need to know what those are. We don't ordinarily use PMS as the reference. So how they relate to the approvable grays that, Ben Moore, some other paint.
Yeah, it's a approved gray actually from your guidelines.
Oh, it is? Okay, all right, just making sure. And so really the only thing that I have to say on this is I believe that on the east elevation, that your posts for the second floor deck are far too ham-fisted. I think they should be, boy, they almost look like they're like 8 inches square. They should be a wrapped 2x4 at the most and probably not have the bases on them. That would make it a little bit more rural feeling. That's all I have to say. So, yes?
Can I just add two?
Yeah, of course.
So the little brackets that you have on the front porch that
Yeah.
are solid, those could be they could still be, have a curve in them, but they could have the ones that you can see through.
Right, or disjointed.
That historic house I was talking about on McKinley, also, I think the first floor windows, I think they almost go down to the floor, kind of like sort of a New Orleans style. I don't know what style it is, but it's a possibility that could really be a nice addition to this massing.
Okay.
I had one more comment that I forgot to mention, and I think it might be a drawing error. On the west elevation, those 4 windows that I mentioned, the gang, they show as 2/1s. I'm assuming that was intended to be 2/2s.
Could you clarify that for us, Wayne? Although,
Yeah, we can make that 2/2. That's probably the case.
look at the.
I actually was
Look at the
seeing,
north.
yeah.
It's 4/1. Right? I think
That was the previous north, were 4/1s.
Oh, okay. Then yes.
Because
Okay,
all the
so-
other windows in the building are
Yeah,
2/2.
Got it. Okay. All right, so what should we do with this, folks?
Motion to hold for revisions.
Okay, that's good. All in favor of Abby's motion to hold for revision, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, let's look at the tertiary dwelling.
Follow the drawings.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Okay, Wayne, go ahead. Tertiary.
Yeah, so in line with the changes on the secondary dwelling, everything was brought over to this. So there isn't anything that I need to explain. It's all the same, except for Joe's comment. We might do a 2/2 in the middle here, probably, instead of a 2/1. This is the north. This is facing basically the driveway. And then here are the other elevations.
Okay. Thank you. Who wants to begin?
I'm confused. Can I start?
Yeah, please.
It looks like it's having an identity crisis here. Sometimes I think it's trying to be a barn, and then sometimes I think it's trying to be like a guest cottage, garage or something. But I think now that I see the 3 of them together, I think we need to unify something here. The board and batten is now added. And so I just think this has to be simplified a lot to sort of calm it down. And now this is a new roof pitch as well. So we've got the first one that was kind of a broke back with the porch, and then we have 12 and 12, sort of Victorian, and now we have this as an 8 and 12. So I think it would be nice to have some unification of the three buildings.
We
Thank you.
did lower the ridge beam on this to match the secondary, so it is the same pitch.
The same roof pitch?
Yeah, it's the same. We lowered the ridge beam so that the pitch would be the same.
I'm not sure that's correct. The roof pitch on the secondary dwelling was a 12 and 12. This is an 8
Only
and
the
12.
side. Only the side
Okay,
pitches where they had the fancy stuff.
okay. Let's see, so Abby, you said your piece?
Yes.
Who's next?
I'll go. I agree with the simplification. I go straight on barn. And I would take off the porch, the second floor porches, and just keep it simple. Maybe, less windows on this facade that faces the street to make it really read that way. And,
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you, Val. Joe?
Yeah, I agree with the comments on calming down and in simplifying. I do think that the cedar battens are a little bit too much, even though it's far from the street. I do think that it adds to the busyness for sure. And so the north elevation, the one with the barn doors, is facing the road. I think that bracketed element should go away. And, if there was something over just the barn door, maybe that's the track for the barn door, but it feels like it's much too fanciful for this simple structure, or what could be a simple structure. And I was thinking with respect to the decks that they seem to be oversized, fenestration and the size of the deck. And if they were Juliet balconies that were bracketed with double doors, then I think that might be a move in the right direction. I don't know that you need, I don't know that the porches all around this are helping. Yeah. Especially since it sits adjacent to behind the main house, which is very simple and has no corner boards now, right? I just think that this should read like it was an outbuilding, a simple outbuilding. Those are my comments.
Okay, Joe, thanks. I agree with comments that have been made, particularly with regard to the north elevation, which I believe will be the one that we see. It's set way back on the property, so my main objections are to the siding and to the little mini pergola that runs across the garage doors and essentially that whole north facade. Those are my comments. Motion on this one?
I would make a motion to hold for revisions and also to submit floor plans.
Right, complete package
Right.
next time, but I think you got that, right, Wayne?
Yeah, for some reason I was told not to put floor plans in this time, but I totally.
Did you go
understand.
through the checklist?
Yeah.
It's clear on the checklist.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so the motion has been made to hold for revisions. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, there's that. Let's hold the shed to track, is that all right, as we did the last time?
I think we should probably look at it. Since
Okay, well, I think,
And we've just spent a great deal of time on incomplete applications here, so
yeah,
just keep that in mind.
okay. So I think we can make short work of this one. Do you have anything you want to say, or should we just jump right into it?
I would jump right into it since it's.
Okay,
I think it's too complicated and it's adding to the complexity on the site.
Okay.
It needs to be just a simple shed without all the French doors and the porches around it.
well said, Val. Who's next?
I agree with what Val said, and I don't have any more comments. to
Okay,
add.
thank you, Abby.
Yeah, it just doesn't look like a shed.
Uh, Yeah, well, it looks like a shed that's
It looks like a
been,
mini-me.
Can I say one thing
So-
that's positive with respect to the presentation? On this plan, on this and only this, at least, there's a color site plan that shows how this entire thing is laid out, and there's actually one page that shows all of the elevations together, and there are context photos. I feel like there's more information on this shed sheet. Those three sheets, actually the whole thing, from the locus to the site plan to the one page with all the elevations on it, and then the next page that has an aerial and the existing photos. That wasn't on any of the other applications.
Maybe we
I
should
think
have
they should
started
be
here.
actually, you know what, if we had started here, you could have that conversation about all the structures together. So I would
Yeah,
include
it's
those 3
interesting, 'cause
pages.
that was all taken out when I did the revisions. That was all on the original proposal. So now that I understand that, it'll all go back in.
yeah, that's great. I think it would help us all out if we could see it all together. And rather than wait to the last application, we have it with all of them so we can compare. Okay, so we're moving to hold this for revisions, correct?
Correct.
Mr.
So
Chair.
moved.
Is that Joe?
Yes.
All right, Joe's motion is to hold for revisions. All those in favor say aye.
I,
Any opposed? Okay, did
Mr. Chair, that was a new
Mr. Chair?
that was me.
What?
That was a new application. So you only had 4 opine on it, but technically we need 5.
Oh, that's a good point.
well, it was tracking.
Yeah. Ugh, at this point, we've already voted.
I think we
mean-
should just cancel the rest of the meetings.
All right, Stephen was sitting, so he can mull it in, if you want a 5th member. No, that's 5th member for the shed. I think, if you make it through the other 3 applications with the 4-member board, I don't think the shed is gonna be an issue for you, frankly. Okay, so is it pizza time? You guys want a break for pizza? All right, so there it is before it gets cold. So it's 5:43. Let's reconvene at 5:50, okay? 7 minutes to wolf down a half a pizza pie.
I'm only having one piece today. I swear.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. We are moving on to number 5, old business 6/4/24, Esters Island. The sitting board, hi Lisa, is myself, Carrie, Abby, Val, and Jill. And since we have one member sitting online, we'll be doing any votes that we via roll call. Lisa, why don't you start when you're ready, and kindly direct staff where to go in terms of flipping pages.
Okay. So if you remember, the last time this was heard, I believe it was end of May. It's a boathouse on Esters Island. And I have some pictures that are also in the packet, but I brought some hard copies.
Thanks. Oh, yeah.
So if you want to continue down to the elevations, so a lot of the comments stemmed around trying to make the structure a bit more barn-like. So on the north elevation, rather than having the sliding doors, we put in barn doors. We reduced the height by more than a foot. We set the dormers in. And then on the south elevation and the west elevation, we also made changes to the doors that are now barn doors with strap hinges. And if there were no changes to the south. The photos that you have that I just handed you show some height poles that were erected. We drove out there before they got closed and put up some height poles. And I think, you know, one of the things to really know about this area is it's very lightly traveled. And in relation to the house, the poles, it might be about a foot taller than the house that's there. It changes, the feeling of that changes depending on the perspective where you are and how you're viewing the poles. And you'll see that in the packet because the poles are there. Then at the end of the packet, I also included some other buildings kind of on your way out to Esters Island on the drive. These were supplemental pictures that I sent after as part of the newest submission, so hopefully they're in there. Oh yeah, there they are. Those are the pictures of the other buildings around.
Anything else?
I don't, oh, just the only thing is, I think there were some questions, I think we made all the architectural changes. There were some questions about whether or not it should be natural to weather, which is what we had originally requested, versus matching the cottage, which is yellow. And we're open to the board's feedback on that.
Okay, thanks, Lisa. Holly, did you have anything on this?
I did, Mr. Chair. Thank you. So the existing house is a circa 1930 contributing structure. Appreciate the main house photos and the revisions. I think they're very helpful. The revisions for the barn doors. I do think the height could be dropped more to relate more with the contributing main house, understanding that there are context photos of taller structures, but those are typically main dwellings where this is an outbuilding. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Holly. Who would like to start? Again, myself, Carrie, Abby, Val, and Jill.
Stephen, your mic must be off.
Oh, thanks, Mickey.
I'll go, Stephen.
Okay, Carrie.
I appreciate the references to the barn sort of vernacular to this, and I'm okay with it. I think because of those elements, it reads much more barn-like, which I think can be a little taller than the main house. So I appreciate the revisions. Thanks.
Thank you. Val?
I agree with Carrie.
Joe?
I agree with Val and Carrie, and I do have a question about the color, though, because the application, you have sash as Essex green and doors as Essex green. So in that scenario, would the sash and the barn doors, would the barn doors themselves be proposed to be painted? So I guess that's one question. And then on the house, What is that trim
It's all
color?
yellow. It's that sort of historic yellow.
Yeah,
That's
okay.
on. So if the board preferred natural trim, we can talk about the paint color on the other doors and windows. If they prefer yellow trim, I would think the windows would match the yellow. I'm not sure what we do with the doors. Maybe leave them natural, paint them a gray.
I would be okay with the green sash and French doors, but natural to weather barn doors for sure, and natural to weather trim.
Was that you, Carrie?
It was, thanks.
Joe, do you have any thoughts on color? Just let's wrap that up.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with Carrie that I think having it match the house might make it feel too much like a compound, and having it set apart as a simpler building, you're doing that with the massing. I think it makes sense to have the trim be natural.
Okay. So the only change to our application is making the barn doors.
Lisa, let's get everybody wrapped up first before we.
No, I was just clarifying the colors.
Well, I know, I want to get feedback from everybody on color too. Abby?
Oh, thank you. So I guess I'm in the minority here because I'm looking, this is what exists now. This is what's on the site now. And the simplicity of that, like a Tuckernuck house, it's just, this one has dormers and, sort of extra bells and whistles. I would go back to that simple form and take out all this other stuff, and I would be in favor of keeping the yellow, because I think it's unique, and I think it sort of draws back to an older time. So I would stick with the yellow. I'm not sure what that one's called, but there is a Naples yellow that's very old-fashioned, that would be nice.
Okay, but not sailcloth yellow?
No.
Okay. Thanks, Abby. So my thoughts are, I'm fine with this structure given two modifications. One is the top plate of the first story would come down, say, 9 inches. The second is that the dormers would come in such that where the cornerboard areas are actually basically where the window casings would be. I think these dormers need to be, they need to appear like very tightly constructed to the windows to be more in character with this type of a structure. And I'm fine with the color either way. I think if it's this yellow color, the Essex green is going to look odd. And if there's any white involved, in addition, anywhere, the Essex green, the yellow, and the white is going to be very loud in a way, quietly loud. What would we like to do, folks?
Can I address
Yep.
the color? I think our preference is to keep the building natural and to do the Essex green windows, which is what we had originally applied for. And if the board would prefer the barn doors to be natural, I think that would be fine.
Okay. Guys, what do you want to do?
Wait, could we clarify? The sash is Essex green and the
Yeah.
trim would be natural?
All natural to weather.
Okay, gotcha.
And the door could be either.
Okay.
Yeah, whatever your preference is.
Motion to approve as submitted.
Okay. Let's see, it'll be a roll call, so it'll be Val,
Aye.
Abby,
So, sorry, just to clarify, that's without
no changes.
your,
That's her motion.
okay.
But
no,
natural to weather and green.
But
Oh,
without dropping the plate and all
Yeah.
that, window, the door, okay. I would be a no.
It's okay, we made a motion, let's see what happens.
Okay.
So you're a yes, Abby, you're a
I'm a
no.
no.
Joe,
I'm a yes.
Carrie,
I'm a yes.
and I'm a no. So let the record reflect, 3 in favor, 2 opposed, Abby and Stephen. Okay, we are moving on to 88 Acamo. It's fine, we can have dissent amongst the ranks, as long as we take turns talking, I don't care.
Okay. Matthew. How are you? We're at 88 Pocomo, board, myself, Stephen, Abby, Val, Joe. Can I share?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you've seen this application once before, about 7 weeks ago. Some of the feedback we received from the board was that the details were a little bit too formal, more of an in-town vernacular. And so what we've done is changed all the trim detail to a plumb cut rake, removed all the gutter returns, eliminated any flat metal roofs, including the front entry porch, eliminated some significant rear decks. So just start on the east elevation, which is the front elevation, which again is set back from the road pretty significantly. Moving over to the north elevation, again, we had a flat roofed element with a metal copper roof, which we've omitted. We did add a window on the second floor. Felt like the two windows looked a little sparse. So you can see the comparative previous submission elevation for your reference. On the west elevation, you can see that we've significantly reduced the second floor porch area and integrated a shed roof and a hip roof, and then also integrated a pergola to drop the scale. On the south elevation, again, reduced the size of the deck. It's more of a cut-in deck, and did add a small transom dormer. I'd also point out that the colors for this are gray trim, Essex green sash, so it should blend into the landscape pretty well. You've got some perspectives here for your viewing, which I think are in your view packet, but then we also did these clay model studies of the adjacent buildings, if you will. So you can see that the image on the top shows the two adjacent buildings to the site, where this structure, I believe, is lower than the one adjacent to it on the right in the top elevation. And then the lower image just shows it's a view from the water, if you will. So in terms of visibility from the water, I think that basically the first floor is not going to be really visible, but try to take all of your comments into consideration and reflected it accordingly. So with that, look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Matthew. Any comments from the public before I get to the board? Okay. Oh. Adam Davis, can you unmute?
Yep, good afternoon. Just wanted to speak up. I'm representing the Goldsmiths for the neighboring property at 86 Pocomo. No real issues with the design of the house, just concern based on the fact that there's basically an existing house there now. And I realize the permits probably haven't been closed on that because it was under construction when purchased. But should this be going through any sort of demolition application to then propose for a new house, just knowing that the board has been paying a lot of attention to trying to reduce waste on the island. There's a very large foundation, walls, shingles, windows, doors, all installed for a main house and guest house on this site as we speak. And again, no real issue with the design of the home. Just want to be sure that, there's a fair process that's proceeding here.
Okay, Adam, thank you. The house is not finished and therefore has no C of O, right?
Correct, Mr. Chair. It is weather tight. I think majority of the windows are in. We are hoping to reuse them, but I appreciate Adam's concern for minimizing waste. Valiant effort.
I'm going to keep my personal opinions to myself and stick to the HTC's purview. Thank you, Adam.
That was going to be my question, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
So there's a house there that just got built that's getting ripped down to do this.
Apparently so.
Could I offer, Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
it's rough framed. There's no interior finish whatsoever. And I'd say that I think about 90% of the windows are in. And just by way of background, this house was purchased mid-construction. The new owner was trying to work with the existing structure, and there was going to be so much work done to it that, it's basically a redesign. And we are going to try to utilize all the windows, but again, it's basically a rough frame structure. I'm sure this is not the first time this has happened, but.
Wow.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I have another hand raised.
Okay, other hand raised, let's see. Oh, Kitty Goldsmith, if you can unmute, please. Go ahead. Did you say they're unmuted? Do you have anything to say? Kitty Goldsmith?
There's no size on the doors and windows.
Okay, I'm going to move forward with the board. Okay, comments from the board?
Well, I have a question.
Yeah.
Matt, to the applicant, can you show us the elevations that you had up that had clouds on them? Because
I don't see
at least what we're looking at electronically does not reflect
Doesn't have.
these changes.
Mr. Chair, we had just received changes, so we apologize of what's up online is not what you are.
Hey, Matt.
Yep.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. Given your, I don't know, I mean, we talked about a submission deadline earlier. You obviously weren't, that's not established. But are you in great straits to get this done today? Can we pick it up next Tuesday when we have bubble drawings? So we're not, it's a significant enough structure that I think it would be beneficial for you and certainly for everyone after you, that we actually have drawings that are bubbled.
Yeah, happy to do that. We did submit them, I think, last week, but I understand it was after.
The
Well,
bubbled
the
ones?
renderings.
Yeah, they didn't even know how far along this is.
But happy
almost got to push
to wait a
my
week to give you a chance to process the revisions, but.
Is that okay with you, Mr. Chair?
Fine,
Okay.
fine. If you're fine
They
with
say
it.
they got my memo?
No, they didn't.
Okay, you guys are unmuted. I just want to let you know that. And yes,
Good.
we did get your memo.
You
And-
did get as
and
many.
yes, we are holding this so that they can bubble the revisions. So we're going to take no action on this, okay? No deliberation at this point. We're going to wait for what we call a complete application with the bubbles in our packages here. Good? Everybody agree? Okay.
Can I ask you one question?
Who, me?
Yes. Who does decide? Because you've been approving all these houses to the south of us. All the Kittredge homes have been torn down. Who actually approves that a brand new house is torn down? Is it you or is it a different entity of the town or?
It's we. It's our board.
Okay, just so you're aware, this will be house number 3 coming down in
Right,
Pocono.
right. If a house has historic significance, which a house that's not even built yet does not have, then we are mindful of demolition. That's putting our personal issues with landfill and all that aside. We're wearing our HTC hats when we're sitting at this desk, but thank you for your comments. Okay, so we're going to move along to, let's see what's next here.
Mr. Chair, may I ask for the agenda, when we'll be putting this back on?
Well, I'm going to assume that to bubble the drawings would put us on for next Tuesday, right?
Well, you have the
Yeah.
drawings that. they
First
are
thing next
bubbled.
week.
Yeah.
Let's
You do
just
have
Okay,
more.
so then it's like, take no action, but at least we will be able to see what you're talking about. Okay, there's that. Okay, next
Thank
up
you.
is 27 North Liberty.
Take no action.
Oops. Do we have an applicant for this?
Hi.
Oh,
Yes.
sorry,
Hi.
gosh.
Hi, Michelle.
Okay.
Cole. So this is a amendment to the previous submitted drawings. Discussion was regarding the triple doors in the rear, not visible at all from any public way. The last comments were these are salvage doors as a factory assembly. And the comment was the 6 light doors, and the proposal is to add in additional muttons, and that would make it a 12 light doors. And that's the proposal here. This was approved on a May 21st consent, but then I don't know exactly what happened. It was rescinded.
It was never approved.
But it was on that 21st consent, it's on that list. But anyway, we're here.
Okay. Got it. Let's run through the normal channels here. So Holly goes first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, this is the Seth Ray Cooper House, circa 1798. It was a Cooper shop, individually significant. You all have approved a historic determination on file. The previous approved, which was through staff, was for a 12 light and a kick panel, which is more appropriate and consistent for the French doors within the OHD. Triple 12 lights are not appropriate while not visible from North Liberty. It is adjacent to Lily Pond, which is a public park and owned by the Land Bank, undergoing stormwater wetland restoration, and it will be more visible from that park. Just to correct the record, the May 14th agenda, as we all know, was a big cluster, and you all did not approve anything that's on the agenda, and I just want to make this as a public announcement, if I may. Anything that's on a posted agenda as consent or consent with conditions is not fully approved until this board makes that motion. Thank you.
Okay.
We're here.
Holly, thank you. Hey, when I'm chairing,
Here,
I get.
I'm
to
sorry,
use
I meant
that.
to give
I'm
you that.
sorry.
You gotta give them a little.
Okay, so Mickey.
Yes, so for these French doors, the light configuration should reflect traditional pane sizes as shown on the previous approval. The proposed pane size shows a wider than taller proportion, which just is not appropriate. You know, attempting to modify these 6 light doors by adding a mutton bar, it's not sure how they're planning to do it. I can't believe it'll hold up to the weather over time. It's really just not working. I think they should go back to the original approval. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, I didn't establish a board, but it is established, so here we are. It's myself, Stephen, Abby, Val, and Joe Paul. Okay, who would like to begin?
I'll go.
Thanks.
We've looked at this several times. I appreciate the idea of putting the muttons, but not this configuration. So I guess if you can add them or recreate them to look like 15 light, it might be more acceptable, but not this.
Okay, thank you. Who's next? Oh, come on, don't all shout at once.
Well, I just want to say that I think we got it right the first time with I don't know whether it's 10 or 15 light with the kick panel, simple French doors. And that's what I think it should be.
Okay, thank you. Stephen, Joe.
Go ahead, Joe.
Sure. I'm in agreement with Abby, and I would offer one alternative, which would be a single door with windows on either side of it. If the applicant is looking to get more glass, I don't think increasing the width of a French door is the path to get there. So if the French door went away and became a 12 light or 15 light with a kick panel and flanking windows, then I think it would be worth looking at. Otherwise,
The factory assembly is a single operating door and 2 fixed doors to the left. And if I can remind the board what was there, it was a sliding door that was there.
Yeah, it's on there.
This, you know, I think it's speculation to say this at some point down the future will be visible from the lily pond, but it was confirmed in the previous applications that it is not visible at all. And if I can remind the commission that this house has been meticulously restored to
Understood.
what it was.
Okay, let's let Joe finish if he hasn't already.
Yeah, I don't think that the triple unit is appropriate.
Okay, Joe, thank you. Let's see. Oh, Stephen, forgot about you.
That's okay. I'm easy to forget. I think at the very least, these need to go to 18 light muttons, which would be consistent with the size, and it would replicate what the windows look like. It would look like a 15 set of 15 light doors. And I'm not going to question the craftsmanship of the work. I mean, you see applied muttons on structures all over the island that have been there since the 80s. However, obviously, we would want it to stick. So an approval, which I don't think you're going to get on the applied muttons, would be contingent upon that they're there forever. But the die's been cast.
Okay, Stephen, thank you. And my own view, one thing that wasn't mentioned is the fact that I think we requested a kick panel like the previously approved had, and this is not showing that, nor do I think it could if you're working with an existing.
That's the nature of the
Well, I do
salvage.
understand, but that's what we're hoping to get. So
Could
can I have
I ask a question about this particular application?
Yeah.
The front of the house is now clapboard and painted white.
Correct, authentic to the way it was in 1890.
Did we approve that?
Yes.
We-
The
the HDC
whole prior application was all approved, and the 15 light rear double door was approved on that application.
No, so I'm just questioning, because when I drive by it and walk by it just about 3 times a day. So the sides of the house are gray. The sash is gray and the sash and the trim is gray, but the front of the house is white. Is that what we approved? I'm just curious.
Abby, I'm not sure that anyone can answer that question now. You guys don't have records of that, and it's not really germane to the discussion that we're having now,
I think
which is.
ultimately it will be
Well,
germane.
at the point of a sign off, indeed, yes, but like, it's not part of what we're reviewing right now. Sounds like at best we can do here is a motion for revisions of some kind. Do you guys agree with that?
I would be hard pressed to figure out how to revise this. These doors were, the factory assembly doors were installed. Maybe I jumped the gun on when I saw that consent, but these salvage doors are installed as the 6 lights, and they are not visible from any public way at all. And they are a great improvement to the old aluminum sliders that were there. There was no historic integrity in that rear elevation. And I mean, if the board went back to what you had prior approved on this house, which was the 2nd-story addition, gutting all the windows and gutting the interior, I would hope the commission would actually think this was a far better improvement to salvage all the historic integrity of this house.
Well,
Let's make a deal.
given the comments that have been made by pretty much everyone who's sitting on this, I would say that you're not going to have anyone move to approve this tonight. So that's why I said a moment ago, best we can do is to hold this for revisions. But I will entertain a motion of any kind.
I have a question, Mr. Chair.
Yep.
What about some kind of screening?
Like a weeping willow tree?
Can I also jump in on
Yeah.
that? Has anyone who's sitting on this not physically, this isn't an indictment, I'm just asking,
Gone down there?
not viewed this? Let me say it a different way. If you've not viewed this, please indicate so. Okay, so I would suggest that before we hold for impossible revisions, because the applicant is not inclined to make them, and before we issue a denial that goes to appeal that we would probably lose, if indeed it isn't visible, that we all go and look at it. And we confirm for our own selves what we think the visibility factors are and whether we feel screening is required or would be appropriate, and if so, where, so that we can do this without having to have somebody like me go spend 4 hours sitting at the select board meeting waiting for an appeal. I think it would be incumbent upon us just to do a view.
Sounds fine. So your motion is to view?
Yes.
Okay, that sounds fine. So the motion on the table is to view. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, there you go.
Thank you.
And to pick it up next Tuesday.
Sure, yeah, next Tuesday, right. Excuse me, 126R Main Street, new dwelling.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to make a comment on this that has nothing to do with the application, but it has to do with our procedures.
Okay.
And it has to do with an email I received today and public comments that were made earlier to some extent. So there was a question at an earlier meeting about whether a new member, elected member, could sit on an application. And there was a little bit of confusion, or I should say there was a qualification that was not issued when we had that discussion. And that qualification is if a commissioner was not a member of the commission when any particular application was first open for review, that commissioner is not eligible to sit on the application, on that application. That was also brought up that in the past, I sat on applications instead of someone who was elected, instead and in the stead of. I just want to clarify, I was allowed to sit on those applications as a replacement, as a newly elected official, but only due to the fact that I was already a member of the commission when the applications were first opened, which is it's an important conjunction and qualification. So I just wanted to put that out there. And that policy has not changed. I think it's been rare that the HCC in the last decade has had a newly elected member. So it came up once. In that instance, I was already a member, so I sat in the stead of the elected official. And in the more recent example, the newly elected member was not a commissioner, so they did not sit. So I just wanted to make those comments for the record. And Kevin, I'll follow up. I again apologize. I was hoping to get you that email, and I never hit send. I'll send it out tomorrow morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your indulgence.
Great, thank you. But in terms of the protocol of the review of this, I'm going to accept comments based on what the proposal is, the architectural merits, et cetera, and not like procedural stuff. So, all right, let's see. Linda, your turn. Oh,
I
God.
believe we don't have Diane anymore, so Joe is
Oh, yeah,
listed.
so here's your board. Myself, let me make sure I'm looking at the right line. Myself, Stephen, Abby, Val, Joe Paul.
Okay.
Mr.
For the
Chair.
obvious reason that Connie is not here and Diane is no longer on the board. Yes, Stephen.
Excuse me, I'm mid-Twizzler. I just wanted to confirm through Holly that there was some question about who was sitting. And this has been confirmed, that who Ray just announced. And the alternates were not previously included just because of a procedural matter, not because they weren't alternates sitting on this application.
Correct. All all alternates that are sitting here at the board, they may not be opining on an application, but they're sitting here in the room, they're part of the whole discussion. They can be activated in a case like this, and that's what you're doing.
And last point I want to make is in the HCC lexicon, there's two meanings to alternate. One is with a capital A, and that means someone who is by design available to sit when an elected commissioner is unable either to absence or absences or to a recusal. And the other is alternate with a small a, in the sense that they're sitting at the table ready to review an application in the instance of an absence. So just it can be confusing if you don't understand that it has two meanings. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, Linda.
This came before you, I guess, 3 or 4 weeks ago, and the comments were pretty positive. And I believe that they have addressed all of the things that you asked them to. If you go to page A202, I don't know who's in control of the sheet there. There it is.
A202.
I'm looking on, I can only see the screen
I
from
have
here.
201. I don't have.
It should be the streetscape, which is
Yep.
that one right there. You asked for them to put on 124 to the left and 128 to the right. And he added those on the streetscape, so you can see it. And then you asked to see on the next screen, I believe, if you go up a little bit to the bottom there, you asked to be able to see what the visibility of the other structure was going to be after the 2 sheds were approved, et cetera, et cetera. So they provided that for your packet. There is a 3D view from Main Street with the sheds, and I'm not sure, yeah, right there on the bottom of the screen. You can see what the visibility is with the 2 sheds that are there. You've already put one on consent, which is the front one, and the back one has been tracking the back cottage. You asked to change the big shed, if you go to the next screen. Asked to change the big shed to separate dormers, and you asked to remove a couple of the other dormers, but you also asked big time to reduce the height of the structure, which was reduced. The pitches were changed also, you asked for that. The south elevation, which is the rear, I will go to the north elevation first. You changed from the sheds to the 2 gable dormers. You changed the gambrel pitch to a 4 and 12 and a 24 and 12. You lowered the main roof by 2 feet 2 inches. The left side, you dropped it 2 feet 8 inches at request, and the right side got substantially shorter. It was reduced by 5 feet 8 inches and removed that dormer. On the south, the same roof changes were done. On the west elevation, if you want to go down, you can see where the ridge height was reduced. They changed the windows to a B type, they were too small. On the east elevation, you asked to have it stepped back in addition to the reduction in the height, which they did. And we're going to put a mud sill in there in order to drop the whole height. The ground cover now is about 1,036 square feet, which is smaller than a majority of the houses on Main Street that are full 2 stories. So I don't think the ground cover is bad. They're allowed 40%. This is an oversized 5,000 square foot lot that the only nonconformity at the moment is the garage by itself on a lot without a dwelling. As you know, the garage is still there, and the fact that it doesn't have any more than 10 feet, 10 and a half feet of frontage. Otherwise, it is a completely conforming lot. Both lots that were subdivided by the 4181L are both over 5,000 square feet. There is a cross easement for the patio from the back lot to the front lot. It benefits the front lot. But otherwise, the structure has been altered per your comments. And we do have an option. We have an option B, which we just sort of looked at yesterday. I've never been just hand it out. I've never been a fan of gable dormers on a gambrel. So we gave you an option where they are shed dormers coming off the gambrel like most gambrel dormers are. It's more in keeping with the gambrel roof. And we added one smaller window on the western addition or the right-hand addition so we can get some light in there. because there's absolutely no light in that room at all, except for the gable. So we've tinkered around with it a little bit, and that's what we just gave you as option B. So I believe the next thing to do is to hear your comments about the changes that we made.
I wish we had had a synopsis of the
Okay,
notes.
thank you, Linda. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this lot is a second lot associated with the rear of the Arthur B. Collins UW Cobb House, the 1750 typical Nantucket that you've all approved changes to. But the last meeting, I think there were overwhelming comments about it being, the proposed gambrel being too complicated. It need to be simple, provide additive massing. While I do appreciate the cross-section that was requested, the streetscape that was requested, thank you for that. I still believe the gambrel form is too complicated. As a secondary dwelling behind the typical Nantucket, it should be simple. The dormer changes are appreciative, but take it further and make it a gable, maybe with an eave forward structure versus the gambrel. This roof massing seems a little more of on a mansard roof ways. I would recommend the gable form. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Just to correct one thing, this is not a secondary dwelling. This
We
is a
understand, well,
standalone lot.
I
by itself.
understand that, yeah.
I just want to correct that.
Got
terminology.
it, got it. Okay. Okay, Mickey?
Yes, so the upper sections of the proposed roofs will be visible from Main
My
Street.
objection as usual on the
Got it.
record.
Okay, Mickey, continue, sorry.
And the side view will be partially visible across the neighbor's yard. So due to its position directly behind the main house, this building will be regarded as a secondary or accessory building to the main house, which is from a very early period. The gambrel style barn is not an appropriate style for an outbuilding for this house. Downtown barns were typically very simple, narrow gable structures. The bulk of the massing and the roof pitches are not appropriate. This should be redesigned as a more modestly scaled building with more traditional proportions. Thank you.
Mickey, thank you. All right, so audience, yes.
Yep, also looks like there's a hand raised, but. I can go first.
I'll get to her in a second.
So, well, I'm glad I stayed. I do have to object to this being heard, given the commissioner discussion at the beginning of this.
So your name for the record, sorry.
Kevin Toth,
Thank
128
you.
Main Street. I really think these old business applications should be held until there's clear and written protocol posted, as was discussed at the beginning of this meeting. So I have to object to these being heard.
I don't understand your.
Yeah, I don't either.
Kevin, I'm sorry, and I have a hard time hearing you too. I think it might be, you gotta step a little closer to the mic. It's gotta be really close to get picked up on the airways. And if you wouldn't mind, please repeating what you just said.
Yep, Kevin Toth, 128 Main Street. I was just saying, I think, these applications should be held just given the, lengthy conversation that's gone around, clear and written protocols for, substitute or replacement commissioners, given the commissioner discussion at the beginning of this meeting. And I thought town council was getting involved or.
No.
No.
Do you have anything to say about the
Sure,
application?
There was nothing about town council getting involved at the beginning of this meeting?
We're getting a word from town council, but I said at the beginning of this hearing, we're going to be talking about the merits of the architecture here, okay?
Yes, sir.
Do you have anything to say about that?
Yes, sir. All right, well, on to the application. Frustratingly, these latest plans not only continue to be misleading, but they do not show an effort to meaningfully address the concerns Ms. Backus and the commissioners expressed when this application was first heard on May 14th. These plans from the applicant emerged as soon as the HDC approved the move of the historic contributing structure on this lot. The applicant's representative referenced several times that they had additional plans for this lot, but was not transparent with what those plans were, even though the plans were submitted immediately after. So clearly could have reviewed those plans, along with them. As the chair said when this was last heard, this is an instance where it would be good to have had the applicant be forthcoming with a clear area plan. Yet again, these plans are very misleading and confusing and still include distractions to divert our attention away from talking about what is really happening to the Main Street property. Specifically on pages 7, 8, 9 of the submission, misleadingly make it look like there is already a large shed on the 126 Main Street front-facing lot, when no such structure exists. I raised this issue at the May 14th meeting, but was told to wait because it would track, and then that got approved this evening. Since there is no historic pre-existing structure to block the view of this alarming voluminous plan for the 126R main lot, the brand new structures being proposed will be a painfully visible eyesore from the multiple streets in our old historic district, including Main Street, Vestal Street, and Bloom Street. In addition to the need for the applicant to remove that structure, we note that the applicant has not provided views from the street without the landscaping sketching, even though the chair specifically requested this. The included plans of the landscaping sketching are very misleading because there's a historic town elm tree on the front lot of the 126 Main Street, and because it is protected, nothing will be able to go around it. So these brand new structures will be perfectly visible to anyone passing along Main Street. Sadly, this Main Street property, which has originally just had a historic 1750s home and a charming salt block style garage, both of which were contributing structures, is now being further exploited and will be unrecognizable if these latest plans go through. Outrageously, the complicated plans appear to be adding not just one, but 3 modern new structures to this historic property if you include the misleading structure that has suddenly appeared on the plan for the front 126 Main Street lot, bringing the total number of structures from 2 up to 5. Sadly, all the structures will be new given that they have already completely gutted the 1750s home and replaced it. And the historic outbuilding is really, that renovation is really demolition in disguise as it is being completely rebuilt and expanded. So the homes to the left and the right of this property at 124 and 128 are classic simple Nantucket homes that are in keeping with the street. With all the proposed development at 126R Main, there would now be a massively wide stretch of new structures between the 124 and 128 properties that completely alter the streetscape. Any dwelling in the rear lot should be shrunk down to a simple, uncomplicated guest house, and given their already approved plans to expand the existing contributing building, which is that salt box style structure you're talking about, it seems inappropriate and unnecessary to have 2 additional structures added to this backyard lot. This overcrowded lot with several new structures all crammed together would be a fire hazard that threatens the surrounding old historic district homes. The driveway is very narrow, making it impossible for a fire truck to access the rear lot.
Sorry, excuse me.
Yep.
Can you stick to the architectural merits, please?
Yes, sir. So the plans will create an inappropriate view from Main Street and other streets in our old historic district. The changes already being made to this property have done enough damage. Enough is enough. We, like so many others, view Main Street in our old historic district as a sacred place where glaring changes are not only inappropriate but deeply saddening. The loss is immeasurable. We hope that the Historic District Commission will help preserve Main Street and deny these latest applications.
Thank you. Okay, Stephanie raised hand. If you could unmute, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to concur entirely.
Who is this, Mr. Chairman?
This is Stephanie
Stephanie?
Bradford.
I can't hear it.
Yeah, we're having difficulty hearing you.
Stephanie Bradford of 128.
I still can't get
Okay,
it.
I think I got that.
What is it?
Stephanie Rockland of 128?
Stephanie Bradford.
Bradford of
Oh.
128. Okay.
Same family.
I just want to concur entirely with what Mr. Toth said. Thank you.
Oh, thanks.
That was much clearer.
Okay, it was for some reason, it just totally. Anyone else? Okay, so I'm going to turn it over to the board. And we're all aware that this is not a guest house for the front lot. This is its own standalone lot. Okay, who wants to go first?
I can go if,
Sure.
okay, so I thought I'd talk globally about the project. Let me see if I can get it back up again. I wanted to start by saying that the proposed, with 3 buildings on the lot, I think is overwhelming. Well, I do enjoy that design that you've come up with. I still think if this were to tell a story about the two lots together, it would be the style of the building on this lot would be a barn to 126, and it would be just a simple gable, which I think Holly and Mickey have referred to. I think I said that maybe take a look at the Voorhees house on Liberty, which is a very simple gable barn type house and very successful. So I am not really sold on the gambrel style. I think it's just looking up, if I imagine looking up from Main Street, that's a lot of building. And as somebody said, I think the gambrel is just too complicated, just a simple gable. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Abby, thank you. Who's next?
I'll go.
Thanks.
Well, I think, and we've talked about how this is a separate lot. I think what's interesting about it is that it's not being considered as if it's a separate lot. And we know we're talking about it as if it's in the guest house of this, and it looks like the applicant even took the lead of presenting a subdued structure versus a 30-foot tall barn or whatever structure they want to put back there on a separate lot. And the applicant has made revisions to that based on the comments from the board. And the overall height of this structure is 21 feet, and it's at the back of the lot. And it's mostly roof because it's a gambrel. So I think that the distance from the road, and there are structures in front of it, there's 2 sheds in front of it. I think that the streetscape from Main Street, frankly, I don't think is going to be affected. Certainly the yards that abut this are going to be affected, and I can empathize with the neighbors. If I look at the locus, there's a series of properties that all seem to have fairly open backyards, which presumably has created a sense of openness back there that will be changed by this. So I can see where abutters would be concerned about this. I don't think it's going to change the streetscape from Vestal Street or Bloom Street or Main Street. I think one of the fun things and charming things and memorable things about walking Main Street is that you do get these glimpses between buildings, and you see structures in the back, you kind of partially see them and you wonder what's back there. And a gambrel, I don't know, I haven't done an inventory of how many gambrels are in town, but this is going to clearly read as a secondary structure. So, and when I look at the number of structures, which as an aside, has come up on other applications, that's governed by zoning. This is under the zoning limit. Not that, we should be trying to maximize the limits everywhere, but I look at the open space on this lot at 126R, and it's more or equal to than the open space that is at 126. I mean, I actually think that there's a fair amount of open space that's here, which, you're only going to see that on the site plan. But overall, I mean, I don't have a lot of objections to this, frankly. I like option B with the shed dormers. And you're talking about, I don't know what percentage, 40% is single story or story and a half, and the other 60% is 2 stories, and it's 21 feet tall. It feels appropriate to me. Those are my comments.
Joe, thank you. Who's next?
I have a question.
Val.
I'm looking at the streetscape, and I don't understand the stairs. between the main building going back to,
It's a drafting error. Can
There's a
you-
hardscape plan after this one, Val, that it sort of.
No, Linda,
explains it.
please. Can we go to the elevation streetscape? I don't understand why this is on here either, but I just want to bring up what, keep going down. Keep going down, here we go. So these elements here, which interestingly only appear on the left of this house, in between this house and over here, but not in this open space. These aren't stairs, this is.
That's the driveway.
This is grade lines that don't exist in that way.
Yeah.
And they're overemphasized.
Yeah.
That's just the driveway.
Thank you, Linda. So that's what those are.
all right,
They're
so there is a
overemphasis.
significant grade change, though, to the buildings in the back.
Yes.
Okay. And the garage is approved.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I am okay with the gambrel as a more subdued form. It is too bad that it's a separate lot because it really, you're gonna approach this house and you have no way to see the front of the house. You know, you park in the driveway and you're smack in
See
front
the
of,
front of this
behind the
house.
garage, yeah.
No, you're not gonna see it.
My concern is what might be seen from Main Street. That shed is not approved yet. And I think that that is getting relied on, is not being able to see the French doors that are gonna be facing the street, and I think those should go away.
The French doors, Val?
The French doors on the additive mass to the right.
Okay.
I think it just competes with this building. And it is a little confusing. That front facade has a 6-panel door, barn doors covering 9 light doors, and then 12 light doors with kick panels. So to me, the hierarchy's mixed up, that the front door is in the smaller mass as opposed to the larger mass. I mean, I know you're probably trying to make it look like it was a barn, but I don't think it's gonna read that way, so, the front door should have more front door-ness to it. Get rid of the little bracket thing over it, that's kind of atypical, and, yeah, that's what I have to say about this structure.
All right, Val, thank you. Stephen?
Thanks for sharing. Did Abby go?
Abby did
Oh,
go.
okay. Oh, that's right, sorry. So my perspective on this is a bunch different. I'm not looking at zoning. I'm not looking at the fact this is a different lot. I'm not looking at any of that. It's not our purview. But I'm not here to preach. I'm here to state my opinion. I think that the structure is high on the hill. I think that it is, if there weren't a structure in front of it, a lot of the fenestration units would be atypical and unapprovable due to inappropriateness. I believe that, well, I know that one of our purviews is not only character and setting, but massing and in relation to that setbacks. And as with other structures, except for at 130, which is, I believe, a 4181L up the street, a couple houses, this, I think, is atypical development off the rear of a historic home, which typically is a L or a T. And this is, regardless of the fact that it's a new lot, it is, again, I believe, atypical development. I agree with Val that the shed is a concern. I think the structure is a bit of a concern too, more than a little bit, given the elevation escalating as you go towards the structure and under the structure. And my concern with respect to character and setting is that instead of having something to kind of peek through and see, which I agree with Joe's statement, I think that is one of the attractions of walking around downtown. This is going to read from the street as a wall of structures. And I'm having a tough time with this particular application in that regard, and the concept of in my own mind, how, as a member of the commission, we will be addressing 4181Ls in the future. So that's, those are my thoughts at this point. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Stephen, thank you. I think that leaves me. So I actually am okay with the gambrel form. One of my favorite gambrels is diagonally across the street. You all know it well. My other favorite, just for Joe's sake, is captain's quarters, which he happens to be working on. So to that, I think it was Mickey that pointed out that this is, the roof pitches on this, very steep lower chord, very shallow upper chord, is looking a little bit more mansard than gambrel. So I'd like to see that become more of a gambrel, and I think you could use the one across the street or diagonally across the street as a model.
Yeah.
Definitely prefer the shed dormers over the gable dormers for a lot of reasons, not the least of which is the calmness of the shed over the gables. And Val's point about the French doors on the front of the building, the side of the building that faces Main Street, obviously. And the only way that we would get away with that is if there's a shed in the front. I would rather work on the French doors and not rely on the shed. Other than that, I think the building is modestly scaled, and that's it. That's all I have to say.
I do have a question.
Yes.
Is all this retaining approved?
No, that's on the next application.
Okay, so
You approved the front part, but the back part has got a little more complicated.
it would probably be better if the lot wasn't raised like that.
If it what?
Well, that's the natural topo.
Yeah.
If that's what, if
It
I
goes straight
understand you
uphill from the
correctly.
street. And then
Okay.
it
I have a
plateaus in the
comment.
back.
All right, hang on. Linda, no. Stephen?
Yeah, I just want to reiterate for clarification, the members who are sitting on this are members who sat on it since it first opened. There's been no
Not with Joe.
question.
Not with Joe, though.
Joe, did you mull it in?
He doesn't, he was here as an alternate on the
Yeah.
list.
No. Let me rephrase that. The members who are sitting on this and who are alternates are members who were sitting or an
Here.
alternate at the time the application was
Yeah.
first opened. So there's no, I mean, I just want to state that. And secondarily, there is no change in any of the HTC's procedures on who sits and when. These are longstanding practices, nothing has changed.
Okay.
So I just wanted to
That's a
clarify, because that was brought up earlier.
procedural- Yes.
Yeah, and I just want, for the record, I think we need to, it's important to clarify that's not the case.
Okay.
Okay, thank you,
All
Mr. Chair.
right, so with that, I would love to have a motion on this, please. Come on.
Motion to hold for
Motion to
revisions.
hold for revisions.
There you go. Actually, Joe beat you to it, pal, but thank you. All those in favor of Joe's motion to hold for revisions, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay.
This
You
should be
wanna-
like
you
the
wanna
last
hold-
set, though, next. Because I think this will be the third time.
Well, if we have to completely change the whole program, but
I know,
I think
I'm
I've
just
got
saying.
enough for the Gambrel to fool with that.
Okay.
Get her done.
But you want to, that's not legal, but we'll talk about that later. But do you want to hold the landscaping so we figure
No.
out what's happening?
I think when we have landscaping that's integral to what's going on with the building, they need to be heard together.
So I'm
That's when
actually
we run into
confused because
snag.
I don't, the next thing on the agenda is not actually landscaping, it says new shed.
Oh, the shed. You want to hold the shed? We figure out what we want to do with that?
I think the shed is also integral to this,
Yeah.
as it's acting as a wall.
So are we hearing the shed?
I would like to hear this shed.
It's up to
Okay,
you
so this
guys.
was to track?
Yeah,
All right, so it's the same board.
yeah.
126 our Main Street hardscape was on consent, along with 126 Main Street hardscape
Okay.
was on consent. So
So it's the shed is the only thing that's still out there besides the main body.
Now we're moving forward with the review of the shed.
Okay,
We all agree? Okay,
so do you want that minimal presentation?
what?
I'll
What?
just give you the rundown on the shed. The shed, obviously, it's outside the setbacks. Obviously, it's in the body of the house, and it's short. So I'm not exactly sure how we got a wall here. Because if you remove the shed, you still see that part of the house minimally because of the tree, because of the other shed that was just approved on the front lot. It's really not going to have any impact because they're all basically in the same view shed. So I don't know how taking the shed out of there is going to do anything because we're well under the 40% ground cover. Because you're going to see the house behind
Hey,
it, or
Linda?
you're going to see the shed.
Linda?
So it is a shed.
You're in your presentation, you're countering arguments that haven't really officially been made
I'm really
yet.
confused, quite
Well,
frankly.
So
it's
why don't you
relevant
just
to the
tell us
house.
about the shed, and
They're
then we'll tell
tracking the
you.
house, that's why I mentioned it. It's a shed. I don't know what else I can tell you.
Okay.
The French
You want-
doors
you wanna
face-
leave it at
The French
that?
doors and the pergola face south towards the house itself, so it does not face the road. So the elevation that actually, if you look on the sheet up there, the elevation that faces the road is fairly benign, couple of windows. That's it.
Okay. Good? Linda?
Yeah.
Done?
Yeah.
Okay, Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So sheds within the OHD should be simple. I think French doors, double sets of French doors, a dormer is a little too much for a shed. So those are my comments. But I appreciate the natural to weather. Thank you.
And just so you know, you can't see it from the road because they're on the back side of the thing, facing the house. So there's none of that facing the road.
The French doors, but we'll get
Yeah.
to that, Linda, we understand. Okay, so Mickey? Mickey?
Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
I object as usual.
Yep.
Go ahead. So this feels like a very large building for just a small, which what you would expect to be just an accessory shed. And to be more specific about, there's a window facing west, which is kind of an awkward large window that should be a 6/6. But generally the size, height, and the proportions feel a little bit too big. Thanks.
That was it, Mickey? That was it, right?
Yes, that's it.
You want to comment, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Kevin Toth, 128 Main Street. Again, this is extremely visible from the street. This completely warrants a walk to just go see it yourselves. It's extremely visible. Plans are misleading. Back here, it is extremely important to think of things in terms of elevation and not height. Because as we said, there's a pretty significant grade back there. It's probably gotten larger from the dirt placed back there from the excavation. So it's a large drop right there. And so anything above that is going to be significantly more viewable. So it's not really looking at something that's 20 feet. It's looking at something that's upwards of 30 with that grade. So yeah,
Good.
Just would invite anyone to walk down and go see it yourself. You'll see it.
Drive by it every day. Okay, thank you. Stephanie? Make
Hi.
sure to unmute if
Yep.
you're,
Thank you. This is Stephanie Bradford of 128. I just want to express my disappointment that it would even be considered to have suddenly 5 structures on this property that used to have 2. The idea that there needs to be not just a brand new house, but also this brand new shed and a completely reconstructed garage that now will have a studio, all on what was a charming backyard lot, and all of which will be very visible from Main Street, seems completely inappropriate, particularly given the location of it being on Main Street in the heart of our old historic district. The streetscape really needs to be protected, and I hope that we can limit the number of brand new structures on this street. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else?
Can I
Yeah,
respond
no.
after it, after
Nope,
the board?
nope.
After the board.
Maybe, if I'm feeling lucky.
Mr. Chair,
that's
sorry,
his
there's a hand
protocol.
raised.
Oh,
I
another
will.
hand raised, okay. Amy, if you could unmute, we'll listen to you.
And who is this?
Amy,
Hi, it's Amy Cohane. I'm here tonight because I thought maybe Mariner Way would be
I
on the,
object, Mr. Chairman, and Mariner Way is not on the agenda.
it's on the agenda, but we're not going to get
Not tonight.
oh, are you here to speak on Mariner Way?
No, if I wasn't interrupted, you would have heard me say, I was listening in.
Can she give her address, please, Mr. Chairman, for the record?
I
Yeah,
live
all
on
right, so
Nantucket and I care a lot about Main
Her
Street.
address, Mr. Chairman?
You're really supposed to give, you're supposed to
Sure.
give your address for the record.
For sure. Amy Cohane, 76 Union Street. And just like
Thank you very much.
just like I heard Commissioner Pohl say that he drives by this every day, so do I. And I'm really shocked. I heard Commissioner Camp say, wow, this is a lot, that it was 2 properties or 2 structures and now it's going to be 5. I just want to say, I'm really shocked that there would be 5 structures proposed for this, and these do not look like Main Street. And so I support what both Stephanie Bradford and Kevin Toth have said. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Okay, now is it to the board? I believe so. Board members,
I'll take a stab.
all right, Abby Camp.
Because, so we've approved the shed at 126, that's correct?
Yes.
Okay, so, that's fine, except that this shed now takes up what little breathing room we had as we look back from Main Street. As Stephen called it, a wall. There is now the shed on 126, now there's the shed on 126R. It's getting a little wallish, and I'm not even, because I did not look at the landscaping, because I looked at other things, but now I wish I'd looked at the landscaping to see what the elevation changes were and how this all affects the building on this site. I'm not opposed to the house or this shed per se, like the design is a little much, but it's just that altogether, it's making quite an impact on this site. And if you're going to have a shed, I think it should be smaller, simpler, and maybe not in this sort of in this view from Main Street looking up and making it now will be building on building on building. That is not the streetscape that exists now, and I understand this is a development, but still, it should be done sensitively, and it should look like it was there all the time. So, thank you.
Abby, thank you very much. Who's next?
I'll go.
Thanks, Val.
Looking at the streetscape again, what Abby just said, the building on building on building is too much. I think because there's a shed on the front lot, this shed should go away or be in a different place out of the view from the street. Because it's starting, when you look at that facade, it's quite obvious. There's just too many things happening, one right after the other, and yeah, even though it's simple, I think it's too much.
All right, Val Oliver, thank you. Who's next? Stephen, Joe.
Joe, you want to go?
Sure. I do think that this could be simplified. My screen just went away, but it looks to me like the dimensions are hard to read on the height, but you can tell that the plate height is significantly above the height of the doors, and it feels like it could come down. The dormer, not visible from the street, but I think just adds to the complication of the structure of what could be a simple structure. And I'm mentioning the pergola because it's clouded on the site plan as part of it. I think it starts. Yeah, I think that the pergola could potentially go away. One thought that I had relative to this talk about the wall is whether or not this gets rotated 90 degrees on site so that the gable is in line with the gable shed that's approved in front of it, and that you do have a glimpse through from 126. You're seeing between the main house and the shed that was approved, and you're seeing all the way back to the proposed residence versus having this structure stop your eye. Maybe that softens this a little bit from the road. It also looks like it might improve the yard space a little bit. But I think if it were to rotate, it probably has to get smaller in scale. But those are my comments.
Joe, thank you. Stephen, to you.
Yeah, I think it's too much on too much. And I know that because it came up as a question, the grade here is not changing. It's the grade that's about 3 feet taller than the grade at the right side of the main house structure near the porch on the side of the structure. And then that 3-foot height is addressed in a single retaining wall at the rear of the main house, some distance back, and from the hardscape plan, it's behind a row of privet. It's a rubble stone wall. So just because that came up, and that was in our package to preview before it went on consent and consent with conditions. As I said, I think it's too much. I think in and of itself, it's approvable. I think in the context of the setting and setbacks and so on and so forth, it isn't approvable unless the second dwelling is gone, but that's not going to, or the gambrel dwelling is gone, but that's not going to happen. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks, Stephen, and I've got nothing to add. Anything I'd have to say has already been said. Okay, let's move this,
You
please.
said I could respond really quickly?
Oh, yeah,
What are you
please.
responding to?
Let's let her.
Okay.
I have a
30
right to do
seconds.
that.
Very briefly.
Just so you know, in the original submission, I'll put it all back in again. I went and looked at every single property from starting down below the monument all the way up to Caton Circle. And many of these properties, if you look at the aerials, and I'll put them up again, have multiple structures on them because I've worked on most of them. And they are walls, or they are set back up there. You can look up their driveways and see multiple structures. One has 5 at 130 something. So, and the one you mentioned earlier that finally split itself up has 3. So this is not a rare occurrence up there on Upper Main after you hit that monument, to have multiple structures, and a lot of them are walls of structures because they go setback to setback because they're in violation of their setbacks when they were built. So this is nothing unusual. What is unusual about this lot is that if it's one lot, it's a over 10,000 square foot lot in the ROH, and it probably is one of the largest lots in the OHD or the ROH. It was an anomaly. And it is what
Linda,
it is.
I think I said 30 seconds.
But, and I just want to point out, at 128 has 3 separate structures on it. So let's keep going here with this. But we're not putting 5 structures on. There are 3 structures on that and 2
Okay,
structures
all
on the
right.
front.
I know, we keep jumping over
So I don't want
the
to keep
zoning
having
fence
these
here.
people throw this stuff at us. It's not relevant and it's
Okay,
not
Linda,
correct.
thank you. Can I have a motion, please?
Motion to hold for something.
Something.
Revisions, I think is the word you're looking
For
for.
revisions, but I will say if it does get turned sideways, the dormer and the pergola need to go. It needs to be a simple shed.
Okay, well, Joe is making a simple suggestion, and what they do with it or don't do with it is up to them.
Interesting suggestion.
Okay, so Val has made a motion to hold for revisions. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that's good. Thank you, everybody. And now we're going to 39 Monomoy.
Can I
Mr.
share my
Cochin,
screen?
hello. Okay, board on this. Myself. Carrie. She's
Yeah.
gone. She's having dinner. Oh,
No,
there
I'm
she
not. I'm
is.
here.
I know, I'm just kidding. Okay, so myself, Carrie, Abby, Val, and because Diane has stepped off, we have Stevens. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, you got 5 people. Go ahead.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair. Hopefully, we can move through this pretty quickly tonight. I hope that I've addressed a lot of the board's issues. I just wanted to pull up the site plan to refresh people. Last time I was here, we spent a bit of time talking about what was a garage studio to the front portion of the site and some window revisions that the board requested on the rear, which I think we all established there wasn't a tremendous amount of visibility. I updated the renderings to show you with the new garage. If you look at the screen, because I don't think you all saw this. The garage was actually approved on staff as a single-story structure. We responded back to what was there. We put that back in its place, and we'll be coming back with some revisions to the cabana that was approved because we're displacing some of the square footage into that. So hopefully that pleases the board from sort of the front elevation, the streetscape of this. Mirka will follow up with some of the planting, addressing some of the board's comments. If I go to the elevations of the house, there was no issue with the front elevations of the home. If we come around the side to the south elevation, the Historic Structures Advisory Board had said that the windows all felt just too big in relation to the windows on the existing structure. All of them that are clouded were made about 20 to 25% smaller, shrunk down, less vertical in their orientation and more square in their orientation to tie into what was in the existing house. Additionally, in the gasket condition, I eliminated the 2-story, 1.5-story window, broken into 2, created a little bit more of a playful condition across this facade to reminiscent of what the historic house had. So I feel like we've addressed all the board's comments there. Coming around the rear, which we agreed there was no visibility, the idea was to again reduce the scale and size of the windows, which we did by about 25% on these larger windows. Then coming around to the north elevation, everything clouded again was reduced by the 20 to 25%. I did leave this window in this gasket here. There's no physical possible way to see it from anywhere. It's so embedded back into the structure, and it will be sort of a nice transitional moment as you walk up and down the stairs. I'm hopeful the board will allow me to maintain that. Other than that, I think over the period of time, we've addressed all the board's comments, and I'm hopefully to move on with this one. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Andrew. Who wants to start?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I have comments.
Oh, of course, yes. Sorry about that.
That's okay. So for the record, this is a contributing colonial revival in the Monomoy Heights subdivision called Nantucket, circa 1924, built for Ethel and Louis E. Black. And the rear wing, which you all have allowed by a previous approval to be removed, was built by Robert Minot in the 1960s. Appreciate the change on the south with removing that atypical cathedral window. The E. Ford addition on the south mimics that 1960s addition. So again, I want to mention that. Just without dormers and simpler. The atypical window on the east are not appropriate to the style, but I don't believe are visible. Again, comments for the north, that new chimney on the east should not be so high as to like peekaboo over the ridge as seen on the front elevation. So I know it's not in the rendering, but you can kind of see it in the elevation. So that is of a concern. I don't believe that's appropriate. If there's any way to reduce that height as much as possible, that would be great. My main concern is regarding the shift. As the board is well aware, you all approved a previous changes to the structure, which had a 5-foot move to the north. The application before you now is different, with it moving several feet to the south and east, if I got that correct, right? Because of additional land that has been acquired. And my only main issue is question the move so drastically from what you all had previously approved, going in the other direction and then back, more because of the relationship that changes with the road. As you drive up Monomoy and see how it is today, you're going to see it more towards the right. And that's just, again, character and setting, and I just needed to bring that to the commission's attention. That's my only main concern. Other than that, I appreciate the changes. Thank you.
Okay, Holly, thank you. Now, this is not a Mickey, right? No.
They commented last time, and their main comment was the size of the windows to reduce them. There was a
right.
gentleman
You-
here
you had
before that
actually
wasn't
mentioned
Mickey.
that. You had
And I
mentioned
tried to respond to those comments.
Okay, Mickey, if you're still there, do you have anything to say?
Simply, the changes are pretty good, but the transom windows in the rear are still, as you would guess, inappropriate. So that's the only thing we would suggest changing. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Mickey. All right, who wants to begin this one?
I'll go.
Thank you.
Um,
That would be Carrie. for the record.
Yes, thanks. I appreciate all the reduction in the windows. I also think the transoms are just not appropriate. It seems like a style from the 80s and not really the age of this house. But again, if those are not visible, it's not a broken deal for me. I am a little concerned about the move. I was concerned about the move on the original application with the other homeowner. And that to me is, yeah, it's a little bit too drastic for me. That's all. Thanks.
Okay, Carrie, thanks a lot. Abby, Val, Stephen.
I'll go.
All right.
I agree with what Carrie just said.
Both points?
Yeah,
Okay.
and I think the shift is to accommodate a pool going in a different direction in a pool house.
It would appear so.
Yeah. And we'll see that from the road, so that is a concern, not the pool, but the pool house.
Okay. All right, Val, thank you. Abby, Stephen?
If you're ready.
Yeah, I'll go. Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I agree that transom windows are atypical and inappropriate if visible. Atypical, inappropriate if visible. I don't believe they're going to be visible. Cathcart is on the backside of this and wetlands, and I don't believe there's any paths or anything. Certainly nothing is showing up on the Google Maps. I think my primary concern is the relocation. It is a little too drastic, I believe. It's going to shift, more than shift, the axes of the view of this structure to the right as opposed to as you're coming up upon it, and I'm concerned about that. The comments about the pool house, I think, did we already approve?
You did approve the pool
cabana on
house.
And that's because they're lower?
It's lower, but I'm coming back adding a half
second-
story
a
to
third
it.
floor?
Yeah, which it has no visibility. You won't be able to see it.
Okay, so I mean, I just wanted to make sure we had already reviewed. I
Yep.
thought we'd reviewed and approved those, and it was that they were lower down. But not taking away from the fact that they may be visible, it's just that they're not going to be at the same height as the initial grade of the Bain house. So my primary, really my only concern is the shift. I think the first shift was okay. I think the shift in this direction would need to be probably less than half of the 30 or so feet that's proposed.
Mr. Chair, could I implore everybody to look at the screen? That I understand looking at feet, but I think it's very important to understand context when processing feet and shifting. That as a car travels down Monomoy Road and sees this in the hedge, essentially the house shifting is negligible. The presence and stature of this home in its position as you approach the street from all angles will not be perceivable. We're looking at it as a dimension on a plan, but I think in context, it is, I thought we had crossed that off the list already in the previous meeting.
Okay, Andrew, thanks. Go ahead.
Can we go back to the other image? Because Andrew, this is exactly what I was concerned about, is the context as you're coming down Monomoy Road. At this point, you see the full front facade. And can we go to the next one? Here you see, basically the better part of
not quite.
That's at a
two-thirds of it?
split second when you're at that
Andrew, please,
location.
no
Okay.
back and forth,
Okay,
sorry.
Yeah, no, I get it, but the thing is now let's go back, please. Now, this is at that location, and just like the argument can be made that that was a split, this is a split second here, and as you get closer, you see more. Let's go back. Currently, you're significantly further back on Monomoy Road before you have the same view that you have in the future picture, the proposed. Here, you see, as you come further back, you see more of the structure. The point being, Andrew, in my mind, is, I'm not trying to be wet towel, but this iconic front is viewable from a greater distance further back on Monomoy than it will be once it's moved. And I'm concerned about that, and I think there needs to be kind of a compromise on the overall dimension that it's moved. Just wanted to clarify my point. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, let's see, Abby, it's to you.
Yeah, I think it's, now that I've heard my other board members speak, I think let's just leave it there. It is an iconic house, and it doesn't really have to move. You've got plenty of room, and I would leave it where it is. And the other changes are going to be not seen from the road, so I would be okay with the windows that are slightly, too large in places, so,
Okay. You would be okay with those?
yes.
Okay, so Andrew, it sounds like the windows are good. I agree that the transoms, are kind of an 80s detail, but I challenge anybody, they're not going to be visible, right? So I think that one's that. And what I have to say about the visibility is, I'm not sure that it's a public's right and privilege to see a building's full architectural facade without any impediments at all times. I think there's a lot of buildings that are beautiful that we see a little piece of and that we don't see at all. And so the fact that we're not going to see the front door because it's moved over, and you might have to, turn your head a little bit to the right as you're driving into Monomoy to see the door, is different than what people are used to, but I don't think that it's of consequence. I mean, to draw somewhat of a comparison, your client could take and plant a big old oak tree there and obliterate the view of the entire house.
With an oak tree, that's got to be a really big trunk.
Okay, how about Leyland cypress? We'll plant some Leyland cypress.
Everybody's favorite.
And then you're not going to see the house at all. So my point is just this. I mean, look, everybody loves to drive in and have that be sort of like greeting you, welcome to Monomoy.
Which I think we've done a great job at preserving the front of the house.
Okay. But you do have a majority of board members that want to see you work on that. So having said my piece, I would like to have a motion on this one.
Well, just to be fair, a move of an historic structure is the HD's purview.
Oh, of course it is.
And,
Yes,
and it's not
absolutely.
about just whether you can see the front door, or there's a little bit of an obstruction or privacy rights. It's about a bigger conceptual issue, which is the character and setting of an area in
Which this
addition
isn't
to
changing.
the flavor. So I just mentioned that. You'll recall that I was not adverse to a move, but I think it needs to be a little bit less than it is. And how
What if
about
we
a motion to hold?
What can we agree on something? Because I've been here for 6 months on this. I would like to. I move it 10 feet
Okay,
back
I
over, split
actually
the difference?
hope we might be able to, don't love to horse trade
I know,
like
but I
this, but
wanna
I'm
get
gonna
it off
poll-
your
I'm gonna
agenda.
poll the board. How much of a move are we actually comfortable with and I'm looking for a majority view on this, obviously.
I'll go for 0 inches, 0
Okay,
feet.
0. Val? Andrew, did you say 30 feet is what you're doing now?
Yeah, we'll split.
30.
It's 25. We'll split it to I'll split it.
Well, Let's have the board come up with the numbers, all
Okay.
right? So I want to hear frankly from everyone on this.
I am concerned that we have held other people to hold their homes in the exact spot because of the historic nature of the building, the importance of it. In Monomoy, this house has been a very important structure since it was built. So I just think I really feel like it shouldn't move. I've been against the move originally and this one, so that's my take on it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Carrie, Stephen and Val.
I'll go. So it was previously approved, Andrew, it says here previously approved demo move location. Was this, this was
Yeah,
actually
it was all
approved for
approved.
demo?
Yep, yeah,
The house?
yes, it was. The
No
rear
way.
addition, everyone, under emeritus, there was an approval for the exact same.
No,
what
I'm
we're
just
applying for.
clarifying. Would this, your understanding is this structure was approved for demo?
The whole structure?
Well, it
No.
says demo move, previously approved
no,
demo.
It
partial
was
demo.
a demo of the back
Holly went
wing.
through, just the back part.
It was the 1960s.
Yeah.
Okay, so you weren't referring to this section, you're referring
No,
to the
no,
application under which it was
Correct,
submitted? Okay,
correct,
just wanted
sorry.
to, I just wanted to understand.
Okay.
Let's,
Yeah.
everybody like, take a step back off the cliff here. It's only 7:30. We got a while to go.
Only 7:30.
Yeah. So it looks like we approved a 5-foot shift previously. I think at the very least, a 5-foot shift is not inappropriate
In the other
in
direction.
the other direction. But I think, I wouldn't go more than 10.
So your
personally.
number is 10.
My number is, it's actually 11, but I'm going to stick to an even number.
Okay. Holly, you want to say
To
something?
get specific, because I think Andrew
Yeah.
needs to know. So the first approval that you all gave was for 5 feet this direction. This one is not only to the opposite direction, but it's also back. So I just want to make sure that that's clear. That
How
you're-
much back?
7.
7 to try to make the house a little more compliant from a zoning point of view.
Okay.
7, 11.
Okay, so we're at 10 with Stephen. Val?
I actually am kind of okay with the shift. It's more about seeing what's going on in the back with the shift happening.
In the back, meaning the pool?
The pool and the pool house and all that.
Val, I
think the
promise you, we
pool
won't see any of
cabana
that
was
with
already
plantings, and I'll
approved.
I
sign that.
understand that, but
This is a shifty discussion.
I appreciate the conversation.
Okay, look, we can either move for revisions and send Andrew back to purgatory,
No, no,
or we can, as a majority, agree on a number that's acceptable in terms of move. So can I have a motion?
I'm down to 9 feet. No, I'm just.
Stephen.
I would motion to approve through staff with the move being reduced to no more than 10 feet laterally and left to right on the lot. And the front to back is as submitted.
7, yeah.
7, and the transoms due to lack of visibility.
can you
Allowing
do
the
an exhibit
transom.
A?
We could do an exhibit A, and I just want to point out the reason, I'm not just picking that number out of my arse. I think, having looked at this, that 10-foot is going to be.
Allow what you, yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be more negligible certainly than the big 30 number. Okay.
Okay,
my motion.
so the motion is essentially moving back as per the submission, moving it to the right by 10 feet as opposed to 25, and that's it. Those are the only modifications
Yeah.
to the motion. Okay, so I'm going to do a voice vote because this is going to be down to the wire. So on that motion, Abby?
Nay.
Okay, Val?
Aye.
Stephen?
Aye.
Carrie?
No.
Okay, and I'm opposed. Okay, thanks.
Thank you very
Now,
much. I
let's see,
think my
does the-
colleague, Miss Ahern, is online, and I'm
gone,
going
so
to
we-
ask her to hold the application because it will have to be revised based on the new location
Yes.
of the
Motion to
structure.
Okay, so that's good.
Thank
Okay,
you.
so then that brings us to, is Ethan G here?
Here's from the Main Street
He's here.
thing they handed us. I
He's
hope-
coming down.
Yeah.
Right there. Okay, so as I see it, this is what wants to be called a cupola, right?
Or Belvedere.
Belvedere, okay.
That's a great vodka.
Okay, Ethan, go.
Sure, Ethan Griffin on behalf of the applicant. This was held for essentially minor revisions to the Belvedere. Essentially, the comments were to bring it in so it was aligning with the fenestration below, and then provide a couple different options for the fenestration in the Belvedere. So actually, I think the way this packet's organized, the last pages are like the 3 options that we're presenting. Last pages, the last
Yep.
3, yep, right there, they're all sort of, so there's the first option, I think, is just 2 picture windows.
No.
Sorry, can you scroll up a little?
Oh, I am.
Yeah, you are.
So one more. Thank you. So option 1 is just 2 picture windows. Again, we're trying to get the muttons to be proportional to the rest of the windows, the double hungs. The second option, scroll down, is, I think, looks like a picture with double hungs flanking. And then the third option is all double hungs.
All right, Ethan, thank you.
Can I s-
Board, myself, Stephen, Joe, Abby, Val. Who wants to go?
Mr. Chair,
Oh,
I
Yes.
did give you comments before, so I figured I would
Go
do it
ahead.
again.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So for the record, this is a non-contributing 1996 structure. The previously submitted, just wanted to mention, should be included in the app, so sorry we didn't catch that. But the lower pitch Belvedere and centering at the windows, I think are more appropriate. I still think it's atypical, but it's far off the road, and slightly visible. From the options, I would go with number 3 with the consistent double hungs.
okay. Holly, thank you.
I have a-
Okay, board members.
I have a question for the applicant.
Joe.
Are all these the same size?
Correct, they are all the same width.
All the same width? Okay.
Yeah, and what may vary slightly is sort of the distance on the corner boards, but we try to basically essentially space the windows to sort of fill the Belvedere.
Okay, thank you.
I'll go.
Go ahead, Val.
I like option 2 because I feel like with having more trim, it seems somewhat more subdued to me.
Okay, option
Yeah.
2. Okay, thank you. That it?
Yeah.
All right. Joe, Stephen, Abby,
Option 3.
your option 3,
Yeah,
okay.
I think it sort of, it ties in with the rest of the house and sits nicely. It doesn't yell at you.
Okay, thank you. Who's next?
2 or 3?
Oh, my gosh.
So I'm sorry, I keep going back and forth. I think I would actually lean towards 2, but I 2 or 3, I feel pretty equal on.
Okay.
Definitely not 1.
All right.
Yeah, one's crazy.
Yeah, 1 is bad. Stephen?
Dose. Number
2. Let's see, so it's looking like 2 is nosing ahead in the race.
Yeah.
Trace.
Oh, shucks, I just want to make quick work of this so we can move on. I'll go 2. I mean, hopefully this thing is going to be all but invisible because it's like so incredibly atypical of what you see out here for
I will
so many
say,
reasons.
if I may.
Yes.
I think Trace is more typical, but I think Dose is less yelling. It's more subdued because the massing of that center window it seems to me to be more acceptable.
It's less vertical.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so
Less busy.
can somebody move 2? I think that's going to be the one that gets approved.
I just motioned that last one that I didn't want to motion. on that
Motion to approve with option number 2.
Okay, that's Val's motion. I'm going to do a voice vote, see how it goes. All those in favor of Val's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? There we are. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're on to new business of June 11th.
All right, so
Stephen.
do we have somebody here to represent?
I did not sit on that.
Katie's
Katie's
up
in
there.
the queue. Okay, so Katie, once you see your site plan up there, why don't you walk us through what you got?
Hi. Hello?
Can you hear us?
Hello?
Katie, can you hear us?
Gosh, there you are. Sorry.
Okay, go ahead and, once you see the site plan, walk us through.
Oh, there we
And
go.
kindly direct staff if there's a particular page you want to be on.
I'll just stay on the plans for now. So let's see, we are here for driveway apron, patio, and front path. So both aprons, those are existing driveways with existing curb cuts. We just wanted to add an apron, sort of a 10-foot deep apron, Belgian block. There is an example picture below if you guys need to reference it. Not sure why the plans got in there twice. I apologize for that. So there's the apron. Simple, typical Belgian block. Then if you scroll back up, we have the proposed walkway to that front deck. There's also a picture of that. It's just a blue mist granite in a Dutch pattern with a gray granite ribbon around it. And you can see in the picture what I'm referring to. I think it's below that one. Keep going down. Yeah, there we go. That's just an example. That's not the Dutch pattern. The Dutch pattern is shown to your left. And then the patio coming off of the kitchen is the same pattern with the blue mist granite and the gray granite ribbon around the edge. It's a little bit complicated of a patio layout. None of it is visible from anywhere. But if you scroll back to the plans. All right, so the patio coming off the west side of the house. So you're stepping down off a porch. It's hard. I'm sorry. It's kind of hard to explain. You got 2 treads down to sort of a strip of patio. Then you turn to your left and you're stepping up to a raised patio with a wall bench, stone wall bench around it. The wall is Connecticut fieldstone veneer, CMU block, and a granite cap to match the patio. Then we have all these steppers, which is sort of an aesthetic way we chose to transition from the patio to the driveway. And the reason for that was that is a 2-bay garage. And without having shell all the way up to the patio, we wanted to kind of make it, transition it softer, but leave it so that you can still manage to get a car into that second bay. So that was the purpose for just having, we'll have a little substructure under there, under the steppers. And then you have another small patio between the garage and the house, which is actually existing, but we're going to be relaying it. It needs to be regraded. There's some drainage issues, but that's going to stay. This was just a last minute change. So it says proposed granite, but we're going to reuse the existing bluestone that's there. And same for the steppers going to the corner deck.
Okay. Anything else, Katie?
I believe, then we have a fire pit, but that's, matching the patio layout, the Connecticut near.
Okay, thank you. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, the dwelling on the lot is a circa 1938 bungalow. It's located within the Sconset Old Historic District. And I do notate that both those driveways do exist. The materials that are proposed are appropriate and consistent with the Sconset Old Historic District. I am not sure about the proposed front path layout with the granite edge and the busy pattern. I do know that is visible right up the driveway, shell driveway, and I'm wondering if maybe just keeping consistency with the granite steppers off of the shell driveway would be more appropriate. Again, this is a 1930s bungalow, so thank you.
Thanks, Holly. Mickey, or is there Sconset on this?
Sconset did not have any concerns.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Oh, Rob? Good evening.
There we go. Good evening. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, my name is Rob Benchley, and I represent the Sconset Advisory Group. Our group consists of myself, Mary Lathrop Will, Clement Durkis, and Caroline Ellis. Mr. Chairman, I wandered down the South Road side today just to have a look. And just for your information, South Road is more like a lane. You could call it South Lane, really. Kind of a country little road. Wondering if the Belgian block is necessary on that road. And looking down the driveway, I'm not sure you're going to see too much of anything behind the existing garage. And wondering maybe a little bit of screening on this South Road side of the garage. But just a thought, and those are my thoughts. Thank you very
Okay.
much.
Thank you, Rob. We appreciate it. Who would like to begin? Regular board.
Mine's simple.
Go.
Agree with Rob on the Belgian block as being formal for a little quiet road like that. That's it.
Thank you. Val?
I think the only thing I had concern about was the front walkway with just what Holly said.
Oh, yeah.
If that was simpler
Okay.
and no ribbon. Yeah.
I just want to make sure I'm clear. You're talking about the proposed 22 by 22 Blue Mist granite steppers, Val?
I'm talking about just the section that goes to looks like probably the front door.
The turnaround.
This?
Right there.
Yeah.
It's insane. I think what's there now is was there is a very simple, yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, sorry.
That's it.
Thank you. Abby?
I think the pavers they should be simple, natural pavers going up to the front door off the driveway there. I think what's proposed is way too modern and is completely not historic. South Road is a dirt road, or is that,
It's
what is
paved.
the composition?
It's paved.
It's paved? Okay. I think there's an awful lot of hardscaping going on here, and I think it's sort of just insensitive to the site. So there's one large driveway coming off Coffin, and then you've got another driveway coming off South Road, which, I mean, that's a very large sort of porous, I don't know, that's a lot of hardscaping. I just think it should
Those
be
driveways
softer.
are existing.
Katie, hold on. Anything else, Abby?
No, thank you.
Okay, Katie, you were saying something about existing?
All the driveway, we aren't touching the driveways. Those are
Okay.
existing
Oh.
except for the apron.
Gotcha. Good. Thank you. Angus?
For a 1930s bungalow, I feel like this is pretty formal and rigid and not in keeping with the style and period of the structure. but most of it I feel like is going to be screened, even the front walk. I think it should be more stepping stones and less contrived as proposed. But it is quite a distance from the road. I think the thing that's probably going to be seen the most are those rectangles going along the north side, along south, what is it? That road along the north side. So I would say for those to be more natural, and to get rid of the Belgian block at the driveway, as others have mentioned. Thank you.
Thanks, Angus. So Katie, my concerns are primarily the Belgian block, which we'll get to in a moment. I think that front steps, as shown in the imagery, is inappropriate. I question the ability to see it from Coffin Street, but I think you'd do yourself a favor by revising that to look more traditional and typical. I don't think any of the other is going to be visible except for the Belgian block aprons. My concern about the Belgian block is my concern about this white granite Belgian block, which is atypical of any materials on Nantucket. And there is a Belgian block that is the same color tones as individual stones as the native stone, which is tans and grays and blue grays and some pinks and some light tans. And an example of that is located at the Land Bank Park off the Milestone Rotary as you're going up into the Hayes Overlook.
Right.
And Elizabeth O'Rourke was actually looking at sourcing some of this, and I would really like to start to see that utilized more. It is so much less abrasive and so much more organic, even though it has a rectilinear form. So given that, my concern would be to either swap it for the naturalized granite colors or to go with cobblestone.
I have a question.
And Val has a question.
Hey, Katie, how tall is the knee wall bench?
If you scroll, can you scroll up? It does show the dimensions in the notes on the bottom of the plan.
Well, it's showing me length and width, but not from ground.
Yeah, no, it does. It says, I can't read it from here, but it shows height of the wall from the ground on the exterior and height from the top of patio.
Well, Katie, there's a problem with that. When you zoom in, at the bottom of the steps, it's minus 28, and at the patio, it's minus 20.6. So there's a pretty significant difference there.
Can we zoom in on those notes, just so I can
Yeah.
clarify?
Can you go to the, can you see that?
Oh, there we go. Okay. Oh,
And so you're, zoom in at this portion. And a little bit that way. Yeah. And a little bit closer in on the center, that portion. Yeah.
okay, so you're going down, the rise of those is about just over 7-inch rise, and that's because of the step down out of the house, which is 6 inches. That's existing. I don't
Okay,
particularly.
Katie, can you just clarify, you've got one is 20, minus 28, and one is minus 20.66?
So there is a door just to where that little like handle comes off the side of the porch there, where it says -6 and 0 just on the inside there. That there is a door there. So right where it says up, you're stepping up one step, about 7 inches. And you're only taking one step down from the deck there, and 2 steps down, going towards the driveway, if that makes sense. So the patio is raised about 7 inches above the grade of the driveway.
Katie?
Yep. I'm sorry,
Yeah,
it's hard to,
I'm-
it's hard to explain.
No,
that.
hold on, please. I'm having some problems understanding this. Are your increments inches or feet?
They're inches.
Okay, because I thought they were sea level. I'm wondering what the heck's going on here.
Oh, no, sorry, I didn't have grades from the surveyor, so I just
Okay,
sort
yeah,
of.
usually when I see this type of a notation, it's,
So the
okay.
bench is what?
So it's
3
from
feet?
top of floor, first floor, so the bench, and that's written down at the bottom of the plans where I have the notes.
Okay, can we, and Val, I'm not trying to shut you off on this, but can we address, is this visible? What we're
No,
talking about? Okay.
no. I mean, if you don't mind scrolling down to the public way pictures, just at the bottom of this plan, you can really get an idea of what's visible. So the Coffin Road, see how far back the house is? I mean, I'm happy to change the front path, but it is not visible at all. And as you can see, the South Road view, yeah, everyththing's blocked by the garage.
Okay, but the retaining wall, the bench seat is what, like 18 to 24 inches tall?
Yeah, so yes.
Okay,
with the
okay, please, that's good.
22 inches, I think.
Okay. Okay, Val, does that answer your question? I'm not saying you have to agree with it, I just want to make sure it answers your question.
That's all I was asking.
Okay, thank you. What do we want to do with this thing? It's a landscape, and the primary concern are the Belgian block aprons.
I'm happy to remove the one on
Katie?
South Road.
I'm sorry, what?
I'm happy to just remove the one on South Road if that's your preference.
Oh, remove it?
And remove the one on South Road and change the one on Coffin to the natural Belgian block. I'm totally fine
Okay,
with it.
the only thing is if you have a driveway, you're required to have a 10-foot apron, so
She has
Okay.
two.
It's already existing.
it's pre-existing, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so Katie's willing to do the naturalized stone color Belgian block on Coffin Street
Walkway up to
And
the,
remove.
and change the walkway to a more traditional pattern, correct?
Yes, if you, I mean, I guess, yes. It's
Yes
just
is
not
a good-
visible, so but if that's what it
Yeah,
takes to.
it seems to be some concern, and I would just caution in the future, keep that in mind when you present imagery. Can we get a motion, someone please?
Motion to approve with the Belgian block apron to be a more natural color.
A natural
The
granite.
one on Coffin Street. And
The one on Coffin Street.
And the one on South Road removed.
is removed.
Okay.
Is that your motion? And the walk to the front
I'm
door?
taking back somebody else make it.
Okay, I think just to facilitate, because this is the motion that seems to be a consensus motion, is that the apron, the cobblestone apron on South Road will be removed.
Correct.
The apron on Coffin Street will become, instead of a gray granite, a naturalized colors granite. And the front walkway, as determined from Coffin Street, will be changed to a more traditional pattern. I believe,
No border.
With an exhibit
with
A.
no border.
If it has no border, it's less formal.
And is that your Exhibit A, Ray?
That's my exhibit A, and that's
Excellent.
my motion.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oh, my goodness, thank you. I say, oh, my goodness, because we have 105 applications
Yeah.
left.
Steve
Okay.
Thoreau around? Oh,
Doug, you're here?
Doug's here.
All right,
That
thank you,
brings us
everybody.
Thanks. That brings us to 63 Bartlett Road, another hardscape. Joy.
That doesn't work for Nag.
Oh,
He works for Mark.
oh, that's right. Yeah, I took a little knock to the head. Do we have Stevens here?
Steve is here.
Yeah. Steve, we've got 105 applications to get through, and we're going to take 18 seconds per application, so.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
It's hard to hear you, actually.
I don't know why. Is that better?
A little better.
Okay. Well, this is a previous approved pool and hardscape. It was on consent with conditions. And it also was approved for a shed, a 10 by 20 shed that was on consent with conditions due to lack of visibility and screening in perpetuity. The owner, when he got the cost of the shed, decided that he was not going to afford to build the shed. So we revised the plan here, put the pool equipment on the lawn with screening as shown.
Anything else?
That's it.
Let's see, what are our concerns, folks?
Mr. Chair,
Holly?
I did just want to inform the board that there was a direct abutter that did send some emails, concerns, because this was inspected for the pool, and then it found out that the shed was not being constructed as you all previously approved. So just wanted to give you all that context. I don't see that abutter here.
Okay.
And I'm sitting off, please.
And Val is off, so your board is myself, Abby, Angus, Ray, and Carrie. And again, I'll ask, are there any concerns? Is there a motion? Regular board plus Carrie.
I look at this, I was okay with it.
It's a big lot and a shed's coming off of it, right?
What did you say? There's a big lot and a shed
A
coming
shed is coming off.
A shed is coming
That was previously approved but not built.
But this is for a pool, right?
No, the pool was previously approved. Right, Steve? I'm confused. Holly, didn't you just say that this was?
That is correct.
Yeah, okay. But the image that's shown was with the original application as an illustration that shows a pool and okay, that was the example of the bluestone. Okay, when I was looking at this before, I was confused because it does show a shed there. Okay, so guys, this is a really simple one. Pool's in place, shed is not being built. It was part of the original approval. Looking for a motion.
As submitted.
As
Motion to
submitted.
approve.
Thank you so much. All in favor, say aye. Oh, I'm sorry. On your motion, Ray?
Oh, right. Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay, we're going to move to the next one, which is
A little tough.
19 Broadway. And Joe, you'll sit on this if Val, you're still off?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, we're preparing,
Steve, it's really hard to hear you right now.
we are
Sorry.
proposing a renovation of the house, and none of the exterior components of the house are changing from the existing. What we're basically doing is we're asking the permission to raise the first floor 4 inches. The house currently sits below the grade line in the back of the house. The existing floor level, the first floor, is so rotted that the floor slopes the front door to the back door 9 inches as a pitch from front to back, leaving the existing front door fine, but the back door is below grade. So we were asking to raise the house 4 inches. We're planning on excavating below the house and examining the existing original framing structure and restructuring the first floor and installing a partial new foundation where it is not rubble, and replicating the rubble foundation where it was appropriate for the historic structure.
Okay, so in total, it will be a slight increase in the height of the finished floor, but no change in grade.
That's correct, 4 inches.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is the individually significant willow harp, also known as Columbia Cottage. It was built by Benjamin Bunker circa 1750. It's one of the whale houses that's outlined in Foreman's book, Early Nantucket and its Whale Houses, in that T-shape, a famous T-shape. If you do not have a copy of that book, I highly recommend it. So first, I have two. I want to thank Stephen for the thoughtful plan in renovating this historic whale house, raising the height just 4 feet to provide a better crawl space and get this almost 275-year-old structure out of the ground and stop the rot is most appreciated. I also greatly appreciate the retaining the existing windows and reglazing them as part of the application. Photos of the existing rubble and location on the plan, I think, would be very helpful. Stephen actually invited me out there to take a look at this site, so I got to go in this historic structure and take a look at what was being proposed and see the problems firsthand. So Stephen, I appreciate that. But I think having that, a couple more photographs and a detail of where the rubble exists and where it's going to be on the plan, very simple, I think would be very helpful for the application. Thank you.
Thanks. So 4-inch lift, and who would like to begin? Oh, does Rob have anything on this? No hands up.
No, we're good. Anything, great for the house. So go for it. Thank you.
Sounds good. Joe?
Mr. Chair, may I interrupt for 1 second?
Yeah.
As the rubble is shown on the drawings, as the outlining of the existing house where the original cottage was shown on one of the plans.
Nah, none of us heard.
So
anything you
basic,
said.
yeah, I think I've had some translation in this area.
I'm sorry.
You've got the rubble on the plans.
Yes.
I think Holly's looking just for a little bit more documentation, perhaps through imagery.
Photographs.
Yeah, yeah. So Holly's just looking for some more images.
Okay.
Can I go?
Yeah, please.
All right. This is the right thing to do to this house. So as long as the proper documentation is given to Holly, in advance with photographs to show the condition, and then at the end, so we know what we're comparing to, I'm 100% behind this.
Thank you. Are there any concerns?
I just want to make sure that when they do lift it 4 feet.
4 inches.
4 inches.
4 inches. That
You said 4 feet.
That the rubble, there are a couple of other houses around the area that they've done this to, and I just want to make sure that the foundation is historic rubble.
So a good concern,
Yeah.
if there's more showing, but at the most, you're going to see 4 inches worth of that stuff.
Yeah, I was going to ask.
Almost
sorry.
nothing.
I'm sorry, Joe.
Well, that nothing should look historic.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Joe, what were you saying?
Well, I was going to ask if that 4 inches is definitive and that Steve has vetted that number, that we should benchmark the elevation. But is there a range 4 to 8 inches? I don't know if Steve, just to give some flexibility out there.
Can I opine on that?
Yeah,
Okay, if Steve presents photos to Holly showing like doorways and stuff like that, you'll be able to tell immediately, if it's raised more than 4 inches, the threshold
yeah.
would be different.
I have no concerns.
Okay. Angus?
So almost none of the houses along Broadway and many in Sconset, in this area of Sconset, really don't have any foundation exposed. The shingle generally goes down to grade, and some of it rots, but most of the situations, there's what we call a Sconset trench, which is a sort of a trough that surrounds the perimeter of the structure and allows the shingles to breathe and have a little bit of space, as we would typically have at least 8 inches of exposed foundation, above grade. And for that reason, I would be much happier with this remaining at the height that it is, and having that trench go around, which will really negate the need for veneer or stone or anything that might be more involved in the end and maybe not really necessary. Thank you.
Thank you. I kind of agree on the last point Angus made. I think I don't know if a 3/4 inch thick piece of pressure treated that is a 1x5 were put on the vertical on the face of the foundation just to gray out. It's going to look more like the other structures to some extent than pargeted foundation. But on the other hand, it is only 4 inches. Ray?
So I totally agree with Angus on the sconset. I thought it was called a sconset barrier. but it's essentially the 4 inches held off, piece of PT. But if I heard Stephen right, he said that literally the back of the house, the floor is below grade, which means that the door can't open. That's why he's lifting it 4 inches.
Property line too, so there's no, you can't, you'd go into the way if you were gonna put what I call a sconset curb, but. It's funny to hear of all the different terminology, but, so that one elevation where it says way, it's right, there's no, you can't push into that to get that, that detail that Angus described.
So at some point in the, Stephen, at what point viewing this structure will we see masonry as a pedestrian walking by?
Well, currently, Mr. Chairman, there is masonite board that runs around the entire foundation perimeter where it's exposed. The existing rubble is only in a very small part of the original house. It's on the right-hand side along that way. It already has an existing sconset trench around more than half the house, but it's failing because the rainwater just fills it up and it's rotted the bottom of the shingles.
No, that's good. We get all that. We're just trying to figure out what we want the aesthetic to look like. And from what you've said, hold on a second.
Stephen, if I may,
Yes.
I guess through you to Stephen, 33, Fiona, page 33.
You're on 43.
Yeah, you need to keep on.
Wait.
But on the way, right here. This is that side, I'm pretty sure, correct me if I'm wrong, Stephen Thoreau, if this is where that rubble is, which this is a way that pedestrians can walk through. This is where predominantly that old cobblestone rubble is used as the foundation. That's where I was concerned with making sure that that is put back as is.
That is correct. And if we go to the elevation of that same side, it is noted on the drawings that the existing foundation is rubble.
Okay, so again, the question is, where you have masonite currently, are we going to see a taller replacement that includes the masonry?
You're going to see it's going to vary from the grade, but it's going to be 4 inches, yes, more or less, correct.
Okay, and that's going to be, you're proposing that as pargeted or what?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, guys, so we seem to be getting that the foundation is not going to be any taller in some areas. Am I understanding that correct, Stephen?
Yes.
Okay, but in the area where the rubble foundation is, there will be rubble added to the exterior face of the masonry?
Yes, we're reusing the existing rubble that's currently there and refacing it.
Okay. Does that address concerns? And if not, please give me some guidance so we can move this along.
I'm good.
Okay. So I think we're looking for a motion to approve as submitted then.
So moved.
Let's see, that's Joe. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Thank you, Stephen.
Thank you.
That brings us to 41 Halbert.
No, two middle.
2 middle top of shot. Thank you. Carrie, are you doing that one?
Yes, sir.
Sir's my papa.
Sorry.
When you're ready, go ahead and walk us through. Please kindly direct staff to the page you want to be on.
Well, the site plan page would be a good one to start. This is an application for a swimming pool on 2 Middle Tapashaw. 2 Middle Tapashaw is sort of at the high end of the property. It slopes down severely. We have a garage that has been approved down at the north west corner of the property. You can see it down there. That's on Middle Tapashaw. Upper Tapashaw, sorry, is the high elevation. There is also a curb cut on Upper Tapashaw that was put in years ago, but Marcus said, oops, you've got 2 curb cuts. You're not allowed to have that. So we're closing that one down. It's been seeded. There's hedges up there. So the pool is down below. I have provided a section, well, 2 sections of the property because there's a sunken patio to the north of where the pool is. So the pool has its own patio at a level above that sunken patio, but below Upper Tapisha. If you can scroll down, you can see there's the larger plan, but this section is really descriptive. The lower image is a section of cutting through the pool. Can you scroll up just a little bit more so you can see? Yeah, there you go. At the right of the drawing is Upper Tapisha. As you move down the property, the site slopes down. We're cutting some grade to give a little bit of patio and then cutting in the pool and then to the end where you see the garage in the background and the house is in the background. I think this is pretty descriptive section to show what's there. There is a hedge that wraps around the two road sides of this property. There will need to be some infill. I'm proposing at the retaining wall, at the top of the retaining wall by the pool, a fence and then more planting. So the fence will hide any visibility from way up on the street as well as the planting. The garage, which is not built yet, but is permitted to be built, is on Middle Tapisha, and that will hide the pool from that little street there. That's a dead end. I think that's clear, hopefully. If you have questions, let me know.
Okay, thanks, Carrie. Any questions? Concerns?
No concerns.
This also has a, sorry.
Abby?
Through you.
Yeah.
This also has a neighborhood association, so anything you do here already has been.
Reviewed and grilled.
Is that right, Carrie, that you have to get things?
We haven't had the pool approved by them, but it will have to be. If they deny it, we won't be able to do this.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. I have no problems.
Okay. Angus?
No concerns.
Motion?
Motion to approve is submitted.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Now we're on to 41 Halbert.
No,
Maybe.
Lisa, I don't think is around, so I'll cover it.
Okay.
Oh,
I'm
she
on.
is? Okay.
Hi, Lisa.
I'll remove
Hi,
it.
guys. Sorry not to be there in person, but I wasn't sure you'd get to me.
We got to see you earlier. Your board is going to be myself, Angus, Abby, and Joe and Val. Can you come back so we have a 5-member board?
Okay.
And Val. Sleepy Val.
Thank you, Val. So these are just window revisions to the north elevation at 41 Halbert. Keeping with the single door, but adding a third window and coursing the windows out to look like, to have more of a mutton between them, or a mullion, I should say, between them. That's it. That's the only change we're asking for.
Okay, thank you very much. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, for the record, this is a non-contributing circa 2005 structure. This change is on the Nantucket Sound side, and this is an addition for 2 more double-hung windows. I'm curious on what the glazing proposed is, what that percentage is, because it is increasing, and there is a lot of windows already. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Holly. Lisa, can you address the percentage increase? It looks like it's
The percentage increase,
30%, 130%, so there's one extra.
there's one extra window per
side.
left and right of the French door.
Right.
I don't know what the percentage would be.
Good luck with oh, you're talking about the overall percentage of fenestration on the elevation, yeah. Yeah, that's an interesting question. Well, it's well more than 15%, but.
I think a lot of the house, oh, never
But
mind.
to be fair, what was approved was well more than 15%. Okay, Mickey, do you guys have anything on this?
It's just to add to the comment that this is well over the normal building with Nantucket in mind recommendation, so it's a little over fenestrated. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And let's see, concerns?
My concern is the view from the water. The porch down below looks like what was a porch and then got closed in. So it makes sense to have the continuous fenestration. But the upper part is the part that sort of, relates to the rest of the house, where almost all the windows are single openings. And so I would recommend staying with the previous approval. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Abby?
I'll go along with what Angus said.
Joe?
I'm just looking at the site plan here to see if you're only looking at this structure straight on. And it looks like you're able to view this so bleakly from the water. And I think that that provides the balance. I mean, I don't disagree with the comments that facade seems over fenestrated, but I think when you look at this thing from left to right, that overall, it feels like the structure's balanced. So I'm okay with it as is, as submitted, I should say.
Okay. Val?
I have a question, Felisa.
Yep.
Is it possible to sort of shift those two windows in so there's a little shingling on the outside of them near the corner board? Then it will seem.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the issue is that the porch is already built and waterproof. So if we were to shift them in, there would be no place for the railing to die.
Oh, okay. That's fine. It was just a question.
Yep.
Because of it facing away from the road and, who's gonna see it? Somebody in a boat. I'm okay with it.
Well, can I make a follow-up comment?
Yeah, Joe, go ahead.
I thought Val was going to go here, whether or not the door in the center, if that had windows that were conjoined, then you would only end up with a double gang window. Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah.
Say it again.
You'd keep instead of having two triples and that lonely door in the middle with the shingles on either side of it, if you brought a window from the left and from the right in and you made them double ganged, then you'd have, I guess you're just changing the fenestration a little bit, but it seems slightly less duplicative relative to the first floor ganged windows. And trying to think of what Angus had said, that, there was some reasoning behind the ganged windows, the multiple ganged windows on the first floor, because it's an enclosed porch. And a triple ganged window is probably more unusual than a double. That was my thinking. I started to design at the table.
Thank you, Joe. So, Lisa, it sounds like there's some resistance on having two sets of triples up there. It does sound like I've looked at some of the measurements. It looks like you may have an option to do the flankers. It looks like I don't think you're going to get a full three up there, at least not the way they're laid out now on each side. So do you want to kind of play around with some revisions?
May I ask a question?
Yeah.
If we did the doubles on both sides and then did a pair of French doors in the middle.
Well, I haven't commented yet. I actually was going to say that I thought, I think that a set of doubles on each side is more in keeping with the design on the first floor in a way that's not disharmonious. I would be a little concerned about having double doors added, but that's just me. I wouldn't be adverse to a wider door because I think that it frankly could use it. Not, like a 4-foot door, but maybe a 3'6". And I think that would help create a stronger central axis And it would also de-emphasize the shingling and start to create a little bit more balance and harmony there. But I think the suggestion is at this point that we'd want to see maybe a few options or a couple of options based upon what we've suggested is appropriate. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair. And then, so what is the deadline for these? And it would then go back to the end of the agenda, right? You guys aren't doing old and new.
Just be aware, pretty soon, we're going to be going to old business, new business.
Okay.
So it's, yeah, whatever, I don't happen to know the deadline, but whatever the deadline is,
Okay, okay, probably Thursday. Okay.
Thursday, yeah.
Mr. Chair, if I
Well,
could
but
add
we
one
could
thing.
say, bring it back at the beginning of next meeting. It's not a.
Yeah, Angus?
Oh,
I'm not adverse to that.
I would just add, when you're doing options, to look at the corners of the rest of the house. There seems to be about a foot or 9 inches or something of shingle between the fenestration and the corner, which helps articulate the actual structure. So I think that would be helpful to pay attention to when you're doing options.
Yeah, and I just want to reemphasize, Lisa, I did understand you, I want you to please confirm. The reason you've placed the mullion as you have on the windows that are closest to the door and the next set out on each side is because you need a place for the existing rail to die into.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, the deck has been waterproofed. And the railing has not been added, so if there might be some modification that I can make to that. I can't make it wider, though.
Yeah,
Anything
and
get narrower, and it might not even be able to do that, but I'll look into it as the option.
okay, and just to clarify, I am not adverse to just having double windows there as doubles instead of triples with the mullion at the railing and just a slightly wider door. Okay, so we're going to hold for revisions. Can we get a motion to that effect, please?
Well, these, if I get my revisions in, could it be at the beginning of next meeting, or is this something
I don't know what the deadline would be for Thursday. Is it for next week?
We allow people to come back like that.
Yeah, I understand. I'm just asking staff because there seemed to be some concern, that's all.
I'm sorry, I'm tired.
Yeah.
It's Thursday at noon.
Yes.
Old business.
For next week, you'd have to do a special thing for that. So old business deadline is this Thursday, but it'll be for next week's meeting, so they'll go down on the list for that,
Gotcha.
for July 9th.
Okay, and then, okay, thank you. And then Lisa, your concern is you have an existing structure you're looking to make modifications to because it's in the construction phase.
Exactly.
So given that, I, as the facilitator, have no concern about us having it put on for next week, subject to all materials submitted by Thursday at noon.
Okay,
Okay?
appreciate it.
And do we have a motion to that effect, or did we already just do a motion?
I'll make that motion.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. And now-
Thank you all.
Okay. We are, what do we got?
Mr. Chair, this gentleman's been waiting for 10 York Street, and he's up.
For what is he?
10 York, which is up next.
10
So
York.
up next.
Oh, my gosh.
Finish, is this the one with the color swatch we were looking for?
Yes. That's correct.
Okay, yeah, I would move that,
Actually, no, it's not.
Not the one you were talking about.
No.
oh, okay.
It sounds similar, though.
All right. We got a smooth talker. We have like 2 minutes to open this up. If we can't get through it, you're coming back.
It's pretty straightforward.
Okay, let's do it.
Well, you can see I inherited this in the permitting process. 2 sets of plans were there. I believe that the stamp plan cover somehow disappeared, and my builder looked at an older set, which is, as you see right there, where the door is set back in a little alcove. Whereas the approved plans by HCC had the door on the corner of the house where that window is. So what you're looking at is as-built, but not what was approved by you.
Okay, thank you, Holly.
And, there you can see it as-built.
Okay, thank you. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is an infill, typical Nantucket within the OHD. You all approved this through staff in 2022. The final HDC inspection indicated the chimney, which is not built.
Chimney is now built,
It is now built.
yes.
Awesome. Good to hear, because that was also one of your conditions with the staff approval. And the window and door to be switched. So if, that was my concern, was the chimney, because the chimney obviously makes this infill more appropriate, and that was part of your motion for the approved plan. So I have no concerns if that is done. So those are my comments.
Thank you. Does anyone not understand what's going on?
No, and I don't have any concerns.
Okay, anyone, does anyone have a concern?
No.
I make a
So
motion
this will
to,
be motion to approve subject to the as-built fee? Right?
Yeah.
yes.
Okay, just checking, okay. It's the regular board, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? You're good to go.
Was there a request for a color on the front there in Mark's
It said
application?
blue.
Palladium
something.
blue, what's that?
Yes.
Like light blue?
like a really, here,
Oh, really light.
That's like a gray.
And that's the front?
That would be the front door, right-hand side, directly
It's
on the
pretty-
street,
it's-
whereas
I think
what
it's
we're
good.
looking at is set back about 4 feet.
Yeah, I'm all right with that. That's actually kind of a nice, it's a
Yeah.
nice subtle color, I'd like to
Actually,
see
that-
that.
you can sign it.
It's on a number of houses in
It's
town.
like got a gray to it.
Make sure you put the as-built fee.
Okay.
So that was included in the approval, but thank you for pointing it out.
Oh, no, thank you.
All right, you're good to go.
All right.
That's it. Let's see.
So moved.
Sorry, buddy.
Yeah, I just want to check on the old business, new business, so we'll.
So you're
we'll be
covered,
up
you're good. You'll be like one of the first ones up next Tuesday.
Next week, okay.
That'll go in effect August 5th. Yeah. No, we'll just keep mentioning it to people. So, can we get a, motion to approve the minutes of April 2nd, please, regular board?
So moved.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And, I'll abstain.
I will too.
I will too.
Oh, 3 abstentions.
Actually, I think that might go. If there's a negative in there,
No, I don't think it passes because it's to represent the minority. Yeah, if it was a negative
okay.
vote, then it
All
would
right,
go.
okay.
So let's hold that motion. We took a tentative vote. And yeah, can I just ask, are we abstaining because we haven't read them, or we're abstaining because we have an issue?
I'm struggling with even bothering since they're so far behind and we can't really use them.
Well, philosophical arguments, which I understand.
And I
aside,
wasn't here, so.
Can someone, would you mind reading them? So we have,
Where,
okay, so we'll hold off.
I mean,
What?
no, just to the point that I have touched base with town administration to say we're 3.
Will you remind me to send a letter?
I already,
I know, but will you remind me to send a letter? Because we're being hounded that we're ineffective and we need a revamp, but we don't have the tools we need to complete the work we're supposed to be doing, because the focus isn't on the fact that the HDC has minutes that are used as tools, not as archival material like with other boards.
minutes are really helpful,
Yeah.
really helpful, especially doing approvals after
Yeah.
the fact. So
So-
as much as I understand that they are, very lengthy and all that, they are very helpful for the record.
Yeah, and Elena's been doing a really great job with the minutes. I mean, the contents. Okay, can we get a?
So
with that
moved,
said-
Mr. Chair.
Wait one sec, who abstained?
I did.
You did, and you did?
I didn't.
And is Carrie still here?
Well, Joe's still.
Yeah, she could be.
Okay, Carrie, so you're gonna sit and Joe's gonna sit, so we have a full board. Is it okay if I do this? Because you guys didn't abstain on principle, you didn't read them.
Right.
And Angus, you weren't here. So the board will be Abby, myself, Ray, Joe, and Carrie.
Okay.
April minutes, there's too many pages in this agenda. April 2nd.
So moved.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
4 in favor, 1 abstention, I
Oh,
abstain.
let's make, Carrie, you were in?
I'm trying to remember if I was there April 2nd.
Pardon me?
I'm trying to remember if I was there April 2nd.
Would you like to abstain?
I think I should.
Okay, that carries 3 in favor, 2 abstentions.
Thank you.
Hit the gavel. Hit the gavel.
I love that. John McLaughlin, please.
Motion to dismount.
Junk.
Well, on your motion to dismount,
Aye.
all in favor?